So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country. If you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family has been here, built this country too.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation.
I'm always gonna be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black, and yes.
So Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American. Because I'm not African.
Go back to where? Huh? Go anywhere.
Sir, could you stand up? We can't hear you. Could you stand up over there by the microphone?
You mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? Do you mean to Africa? We are not Africans no more.
That show me it's a slap.
Make no mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking. With the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, mistake, we're the only Black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't Black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your Black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the lineage eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Reparations are lineage based, not your image or race. No different than carrot comes, so you could keep your African and run somewhere else with your marathon. Laugh now, cry later, cause we gonna laugh when you cry at the gator. Alligator, Alcatraz, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader, there's no soul leader. The code is the leader. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hear one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. We gatekeeping the culture. From these gates seeking vultures. Drop the colors so someone gotta hold the line. And somebody gotta hold the signs. No coons, no tethers, no room for white supremacists. We fight, we got it. Mayweather, Mike Tyson. We fight, they take flight. They got Spirit, Delta, US Airlines, messed up hairlines. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. I heard tethers flock together. So if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drive together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader. Code is a leader. There's no soul leader. Code is a leader. There's no soul leader. Code is the leader. There's no soul leader. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm not ashamed of being black. Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black power, Black love, Black man, Black woman, the Black dollar, Black love. I'm not African, I've never been to Africa, I'm never going to Africa, no ancestor from Africa. We're Black American, but don't forget the foundation of. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
Another powerful discussion, and I have with me today another powerful guest, Dr. Wimbush. How are you doing tonight, Baba?
How you doing, Dr. Mahat?
Peace, peace, grand rising to the family. Let me get some background on these two right here. These are two haters of FBA ADOS, definitely haters and sabotagers of reparations, like serious reparations for foundational Black Americans, ADOS in this country. All right. It's common sense that reparations have to be lineage based. They have to reflect the injured party or the descendants of the injured party, and especially if the descendants of the injured party are still being injured because of the ripple effects of that harm. So when you make something race-based, it's no longer specific to the injured party and their descendants still being injured by that same harm. Race-based means anybody that's part of the race. It's a cousin. So if something happened in New Jersey where I'm at, and with the lineage over here, we are seeking compensation. But my cousin from California can say, hey, man, put me down because he's part of the race. Or not even a cousin, a friend, somebody from, whoever, I don't know at all, can come and say, hey, man, put me in on that money out there in New Jersey simply because he's part of the race. That's not how it works. So when you push a case like that, you sabotage it. It doesn't go through the courts. They're gonna say, how you trying to push a reparations race-based claim? And family, they would dismiss it because the claim is filed incorrectly. So you gotta file it correctly to get a W. That's the legalese and all type of stuff. That's why they say they refer you to get a lawyer, because they cannot help you once you go pro se or represent yourself. You on your own. You can ask a question or two, but they can't give you advice. Like, you are the advice. You put yourself in that position. So these folks are purposely misrepresenting our claim so we won't get it. At first, I thought they were just idiots and they just old school, but I'm looking like, wait a minute. When they have no smoke for CARICOM, which is lineage based, that's what made me say, wait a minute. They're literally trying to sabotage Black American reparations and leaving alone anybody else worldwide. CARICOM is asking same requirements, everything that we got, but they are all over us. Like, for example, let me play this right here. Case in point.
The California Commission, I love what they wrote in their 400 or either 400 or 500 page document as a result of it. The problem I have with the California Commission is that it yielded to this idea of lineage-based reparations. There are this group, and you name the foundational Black Americans, as well as this group, ADOS, the American descendants of slaves, who believe that the only people entitled to reparations in this country are those who can trace their lineage directly to enslavement. There was a 5-4 vote to accept lineage-based reparations in the state of California on the commission. I disagree with that. I think that reparations should be race-based. I think that Black people in all of their walks of life, which is getting reparations for all African people on the thing. So,
yeah, this lineage-based reparations, which ADOS, and I understand they used another name in California.
The Freeman.
Yeah, because that ADOS name is being discredited. The Freeman, my butt. So you're going to go on lineage-based reparations, which is designed to further the objective of ADOS and others that you have to be born here to get reparations. Well, what does born here mean? We all came from Africa or the Caribbean or somewhere else, but usually Africa and the Caribbean. So this is designed to exclude anyone that can't prove that they came from where. Because if you come from Africa, you didn't come from here. You know what I
mean? And furthermore, it also
included under your definition.
Right. And it also divides Black people. Can you imagine one person who was born or mother was born in Jamaica and then they were born here in the United States, they don't get reparations. This whole lineage-based stuff is just confusing.
And there you go. It's confusing when foundational Black Americans make that claim, but it makes so much sense when CARICOM present the same eligibility requirements. Like, these people are purposely trying to sabotage us, yo. And they want to say who is with white supremacy and all these things, man. You guys are clearly team white supremacy. These Pan-Africanists, these tethers, these Africans, they are team white supremacy. Make no mistake. All right, so let's get to it. Grand rising to the family, grand rising to the family. Yeah, CARICOM website is going to definitely say you got to be born there, have some type of descendant ancestry in Jamaica or on the islands. Those indigenous people, I read all that. Here we are, though.
Always good to be here.
Hey, likewise, family, right now, take a moment out to thumb up this video. You know the way the YouTube algorithm works. The more you engage it, the more the video circulates online, okay? And make sure that you...
Exactly, good advice there, family. Thumb up the video, like she just said, for these very reasons right here.
Hey, likewise, family, right now, take a moment out to thumb up this video. Up this video. You know the way the YouTube algorithm works. The more you engage it, the more the video circulates online, okay? And make sure that you share this video. Sharing is caring.
Now, but we don't want to share that garbage. That's misinformation, and that's harmful. It's not just misinformation. It's harmful. It's harmful information to lead with this. And they're just completely wrong. I'm going to debunk them in real time.
Let's get the views up and let's get the information out to the people. Also, family, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, be sure to head on over to YouTube, subscribe to my YouTube channel, hit the notification bell so that whenever I go live or upload new content, you will be notified. And if you've already subscribed to the channel, make sure that you're still subscribed, because right now on social media, man, on these platforms, they're playing a lot of games with the algorithm. They're unsubscribing.
That's all true, but that's no excuse for you to sit here and sabotage or attempt to sabotage reparations for Black Americans, which is overdue. It's well overdue. I'm going to, yeah, so like the video, like she said, for those reasons, that's one way to contribute. Super chat, that's also available. And Cash App, I'm gonna put the tag there for anybody who's interested, because I am going to do a second live at the diner. So anybody want to contribute to that expense, that's on you. I'm gonna put that above this. All right. Anyway, let's get to the video.
People to platforms and they're, and so they'll unsubscribe you. And then I have people calling me, Dr. Mott, I haven't heard from you in a while. Where you been? And I'm like, I'm live at least 2 to 3 times a week. And so if you have subscribed, go back and resubscribe or confirm that you're still subscribed. All right. And if you haven't, subscribe again, hit the notification bell. Also, family, if you've missed any of my previous discussions, I've created a Truth to Power Talk playlist. Okay, go and make sure that you check that out. I brought on, even look, Dr. Raymond Wimbush. This is his second time on this platform, and we had a dynamic discussion the last time. We were talking about Black institutions, HBCUs. Are they still really for Black people? That was the discussion. And so I brought on Dr. Malefe Asante, Dr. Wade Nobles, Dr. Darity, Dr. Julianne Marvo. So all of the greats, Ababa Mwalimu Baruti, Mama Ya Baruti, Shahrazad Ali, David Banner. I mean, I've had so many people on. And so if you haven't seen any of those discussions, make sure that you go back and check out the archives. Let me see who I have in the building real quick. I see we have the Queen Mother in the building, a beautiful mind. Peace and love to you, Queen Mother. She says peace and love to everyone. I say Mizraki. I hope I didn't butcher your name. I'm from Baltimore. We have that lazy tongue. All right. And so he said, peace, doctor, peace to your family. I see Sister Donnell Williams is in the building. Another Queen Mother's in the building. She said, peace and blessings to everyone. Always learning when I tune in to Dr. Ma'at Ashe. I see TK is in the building. TK said, peace and Black love, family. Ashe. Lastly, I see Algoner Altry says, peace, everyone. Looking forward to today's bill. Speaking of today's bill, you see the title, The Reparations Conversation and Fight Ain't New. And yes, I said ain't. Yes, I said ain't. The reparations conversation and fight, the fight for reparations, it ain't new, family. It ain't new. Our ancestors have been talking about reparations and fighting for reparations ever since, and Dr. Wimbush educated me. I went back to the 1800s. He said all the way back to the 1700s. They've been having this discussion and people have been fighting, for reparations. And so I brought on Dr. Raymond Wimbush because he has an entire book out that's talking about reparations. Dr. Wimbush, could you tell us about the book? And I see it's right there, right behind you, right beside Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Could you tell us about your book, Doc?
Should America Pay was written right after Randall Robinson, my friend who made his transition just a couple of weeks ago, wrote the book, The Debt, What America Owed Black People. And I answered the question a couple of years later with the book, Should America Pay? The Debt that America Owes Us. Right after I published that, I found Belinda Royale, who in 1782, Dr. Mahat, sued for reparations in her state of Massachusetts, where she had been enslaved. And so I wrote a separate book called Belinda's Petition, which is a smaller, quick overview of reparations since 1780.
Wow. And you said this sister actually won her case.
Yeah, see, I think that reparations is something that kind of came out of the Black nationalist movement of the 1960s or something like that. The earliest that we can trace as a written petition for reparations is 1780, even before Belinda, and a sister by the name of Elizabeth Mumbet.
All right, so let's just so Belinda Royale sued for reparations in Massachusetts, 1782. That is that happened. Belinda petitioned for reparations from the estate of her enslaver. That is a lineage specific claim. I don't try to miss that. That is a lineage specific claim. She and her children as direct victims of slavery, not an open-ended racial claim for all people of African descent. So using Belinda proves the opposite of what he wants. One more time.
Something like that. The earliest that we can trace is something that kind of since 1780.
Wow. And you said this sister actually won her case.
Yeah.
So they want to position this, the reparations conversation, and the fight ain't new. Our ancestors been talking reparations since the 1700s, and that's actually true, right? The demands for reparations stretch back to Belinda's petition, which he's talking about 1783, and Cali House late 1800s. But listen, those claims, family, those claims were always lineage based. This is crazy. How are they against lineage based, but they're referencing or they citing lineage based claims? Belinda asked compensation for her enslavement. Cali's House National Ex-Slave Mutual Relief, Bounty and Pension Association was exclusively for formerly enslaved people in the U.S., not for all people globally. So they're citing historical examples that actually support our lineage claims, not race-based claims. These are idiots, man.
Yeah, see, I think that reparations is something that kind of came out of the Black nationalist movement of the 1960s or something like that. The earliest that we can trace as a written petition for reparations is 1780, even before Belinda, and a sister by the name of Elizabeth Mumbet. She was the second step grandmother of W.E.B. Du Bois. She was sued for her freedom in Massachusetts, very near where Du Bois was born, and won the case. She won the equivalent of 3 years of salary for the time she got her freedom, as well as 3 years of severance pay, if you please, for, you know, for suing for her freedom. You see, like a couple of years later, let's see, I'm gonna make sure I get this right. Belinda Royale sued for her freedom from a guy named Isaac Royale, who lived in Massachusetts as well. In fact, when he died, he left all of his money to found what is now Harvard Law School. So all of these things are, I mean, reparations in this country they're at least 240 years old, the struggle for them.
And wasn't there also a court case? I believe the sister's name, I have it in the back, Callie, someone named Callie
House.
Yes, Callie House.
Immediately after the Civil War, Callie House started a movement to try to get pensions for those who had been enslaved. She sued the government for, I think, $58 million. And it was, she wanted to give that money for every pound of cotton that enslaved Africans had picked during the Civil War. She was put in prison. And at that time, she had over 600,000 people who sued and signed their name to a petition. And she was put in prison at that time because they accused her of mail fraud because she had organized 600,000 people. And mind you, this is in let's say about 1904, 1905. And she was put in prison by a guy by the name of J. Edgar Hoover. It was one of his first cases. And he later on, as you know, helped get Marcus Garvey, you know, extradited out of this country back to Jamaica for almost the same thing. So reparations has been throughout our history. Callie House.
Wait a minute. Never. Why are we mentioning Marcus Garvey? Like, the dude was actually a scammer and he was actually guilty of mail fraud. Like, don't ever compare that to our ancestors, man. What's wrong with this guy?
There's a book by Mary Frances Berry called My Face is Black and True, which is a biography of Callie House.
Okay.
All right. So the Callie House proves again, family, again, they're just going to prove our case over and over and over. This is the most idiotic conversation I had in my life. Like, they're against lineage-based reparations, but all of their points are lineage-based reparations. So Callie House proves again that reparations was always pursued by freedmen in America for American slavery. She didn't campaign for Jamaicans, Nigerians, Zimbabweans, or Haitians, Igbo. She campaigned for freed U.S. slaves. To lump her into a Pan-African framework is historical revisionism. These guys want to rewrite history, revise history. All right. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, these guys are dangerous. These Pan-Africanists and these Africans, they dangerous.
Okay, and what's the name of it again, Bob? I'm sorry.
My Face is Black and True by Mary Frances Berry. When you look at it, there's three great women that really pioneered the reparations movement. One is Belinda, who I mentioned, Callie House, and then Queen Mother Moore, who was second, only one of two women that spoke at the Million Man March. And she, you know, fought for reparations for years. When John F. Kennedy was president of the United States, she actually presented a petition to him with over 1 million signatures because it was the anniversary, the 100th anniversary of the Emancipation Proclamation. And she argued with Kennedy to give reparations for Black people. So the issue of reparations has a very long and, you know, steady, you know, persistent history in this country. We just don't know about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I couldn't agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more. Dr. Wimbush, why do people credit, you know, the whole reparations movement with the Black nationalists or the Black power movement? Why do they lump that in? So like you said, it goes back to the 1700s. But when people think about the fight for reparations, people think about the Black power movement. And so why do people connect that? I mean, aside from being ignorant of history, why do you think that
we're always
connection
ignorant of
is
history?
made?
Always.
You know, I think it was made, Dr. Mahat, because we oftentimes as Black people don't believe we can get justice from white people. And in fact, many times we haven't been able to get justice from white people. The nationalists in the 1960s really took up the issue of reparations. And in 1987, of course, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America was formed, or NCOBRA, by Imari Obadeli. The New African Movement, which had farmland in Mississippi, called for 5 states to be given over to Black people. Was all pioneered by Black nationalists, and they also pioneered reparations. Queen Mother Moore was a part of that. So the modern reparations struggle has always been about Black nationalism. There's been some usurpers, and I don't know if we want to talk about them, but there's been some
usurpers.
How can I put this in a nice way? There's been some blackface, advocates of reparations nowadays who are backed by white people, and particularly
backed by white people. He's talking about FBA-REPARATIONs. We're backed by white people. Like, this is always the claim.
Nationalists who are getting paid very well to pretend that they are struggling for reparation, and in fact, they are not.
Okay. So we gotta be aware of that. So it's some folks out there, like you said, that look like us and say we're fighting for reparations, but it's white nationalists who are actually backing these people. So we have to be I guess cognizant.
Look at these two demons. We're the ones making a real case for reparations. So we know that there have been polls done about reparations and white folks. And matter of fact, everybody besides Foundation Black Americans has voted against it. So white nationalists are not going to be pro reparations, and we present the strongest case for reparations. That's why our case went national, and you could say global, because we got people from all over watching us and borrowing some of our talking points and strategies. All right. Oh my God, this computer, man. But reparations predates the 1960s, like they just said, by nearly 2 centuries. All right, the NAACP, Queen Mother Moore, and Cali House were petitioning before Black Power. So I don't know how they summarize this with reparations as Black Power. Right? They just mentioned the Cali House, and which is weird. So this framing erases lineage-based pioneers and makes it seem like Pan-African race first ideology is the root, and it's not. It's lineage based, like they said, stemming from Cali House and Belinda Royale. All right. These guys are backed by white nationalists. That's why they're sabotaging our claim with frivolous claims. Race based is stupid, is goofy, and they can't even cite such a reparation case in history that was race based. But I can give you damn near all of them. Any, meeny, miny, mo, a reparations case, it was lineage based.
Of who we support.
Yeah, and for example, on that point, reparations has always been a international struggle. It unites the Black community throughout the world, or African community throughout the world. I've seen Black folk talk about reparations in Africa, South America, the Caribbean, and so forth. So it's always been an international movement. Has always these new, kind of international Johnny-come-latelys to the movement have said we should only focus on reparations for Africans in America, and that's simply, that's ahistorical.
Yeah, facts. FBA Convo. She loves that butter biscuit. Hey, can we get the likes up, family? As you see, when you like the video, family from all over start pouring in. Matter of fact, I don't know for sure, but it seems like when we like the video, for those who don't get the notification, because I'm shadow banned, it seems like liking the video presents that notification there for them to see. It makes it visible, because every time you like the video, every time the likes get to the live viewership, we always have a a nice outcome, like 140 something people every time. So liking the video also goes against, it counters the shadow ban, I believe, that's affecting me and other channels. So like the video, let's conquer that shadow ban. Let's get the people in here, man. This is important discussion. We're showing how our own can sit there and sabotage the reparation claim simply because they got this crazy alliance, this crazy allegiance to Africa. Like in Africa, you know, obviously don't want reparations to kick off because they sold us. You know, eventually it's coming there next. They have to feel like that.
And they would see people like Callie House as being kind of old school and not really acknowledge the work that our ancestors did on an international level.
So Doc, are you saying that we shouldn't? Because there are folks that say, and I'm sitting here thinking about multiple people, multiple organizations who said that we should focus on us. Let's focus us, get reparations from this government, and then our brothers and sisters wherever they are. You know, so if they're in Jamaica, get.
All right, so let me respond to that. All right. So there's a clear smear campaign against FBA ADOS. Can they point out the smear campaign from Black people against Pan-Africanists asking for reparations, race-based reparations? Where is the in-house smear campaign? So nobody was threatened by that. So there's no proof ever given, obviously. But ironically, race-based reparations are more convenient for the state. Listen to what I'm saying. So when they say somebody's teen white supremacy or teen white nationalist, race-based reparations are more convenient for the state. Why? Because it muddies the eligibility. It creates lawsuits and stall progress. The state gets an argument and rebuttal. So lineage-based claims are the legal standard. And we could just look at the Japanese American internment, right? 9/11 Victim Compensation Fund. So both of their claims flips reality on its head. Like these are sabotagers, man. It's embarrassing. And for what? Just to get Africa off the hook from paying. So by getting Africa off the hook, you're gonna get the ones who owe us reparations off the hook. But they don't care. Everything's about preserve and save Africa. That's why Africa is denying their role in the slave trade. Like, I mean, this is embarrassing.
Your stuff from the British. If you over in Sierra Leone, you get it from the French. If you in Nigeria, go.
All right, so let me back up. So we're doing the obvious thing. We're saying everybody who has a claim, go put your claim in.
At the Brit.
Let me back it up.
About
percent of who we support.
Yeah, and the, you know, for example, on that point, you know, reparations has always been a international struggle. It unites the Black community throughout the world, or African community throughout the world. I've seen Black folk talk about reparations in Africa, South America, the Caribbean, and so forth. So it's always been an international movement. These new, you know, kind of Johnny-come-latelys to the movement have said we should only focus on reparations for Africans in America. And that's simply, you know, that's ahistorical. And they would see people like Callie House as being kind of old school and not really acknowledge the work that our ancestors did on an international level.
So Doc, are you saying that we shouldn't? Because there are folks that say, and I'm sitting here thinking about multiple people, multiple organizations who said that we should focus on us. Let's focus us, get reparations from this government, and then our brothers and sisters wherever they are. You know, so if they're in Jamaica, get your stuff from the British. If you over in Sierra Leone, you get it from the French. If you in Nigeria, go at the Brits. If you, so, you know, so you all fight your battle and then we fight our battle here. You're saying, Dr. Wimbush, that's not what we should do.
No, it isn't. I mean, you never see Jewish people. If I go to Australia, for example, Jews in Australia support Israel. If I go to Argentina, Jews in Argentina support Israel. Black folk are the only ones who put nationality over what Marcus Garvey said, race first. You know, we are united as an.
Okay, so family, this is a listen, family, this is a demon. Why don't we support Sierra Leone reparations? We support that. Why don't we support CARICOM? We support that. We never said we didn't support CARICOM. We never said we don't support Haiti going after the French and whoever else. We support all of that. But we saying support us in exchange and get out of our way. Put your hand back in your pocket. Get your hands out my pocket. So this is a straw man. He just made that up. These are demons. We support people across the world seeking reparations from their injured parties.
African people across the world. And John Henry Clark, the late Black historian, he said that the only difference, that we always talk about where we were dropped off in Haiti or Brazil or Charleston, South Carolina, but we need to, as African people, talk about where we were picked up. And where we were picked up is Africa. And we always talk about an African people across the world.
And whatever, so Dr. Maya was supposed to come on my program, the one on the left. She made 1,000 excuses not to come on, but she would email me once a week saying she will come on. So I said, hey, how about 7 a.m.? Nope, that's too early. How about 11 a.m.? Nope, I'm at work. How about 4 p.m.? No response. How about 9 p.m.? No response. Hey, I'm live now. If you want to come through, or I see you're live. Can I come through over there? Like, just she stopped replying in total. But these are two demons, yo.
John Henry Clark, the late Black historian, he said that the only difference, that we always talk about where we were dropped off in Haiti or Brazil or Charleston, South Carolina, but we need to, as African people, talk about where we were picked up. And where we were picked up is Africa. And we have to remain a united African people.
Okay, so they keep saying it. We were picked up. Okay, can you say who sold us? Picked up, yeah, but who rounded us up and who put a price tag on our head? Can they ever speak to that?
A global level. And again, some of these newer groups backed by white people, of course, don't want Pan-Africanism talked about among Black people.
Just making up stuff. We're backed by white people. Just slander.
They want us to talk about it just in our homeland.
Absolutely, and I'm all the way. I'm all the way for. I consider myself a Black nationalist and a Pan-Africanist, and so I'm about fighting for liberation. And freedom and liberation. I'm sorry, liberation and sovereignty. That's what I meant to say. Liberation and sovereignty for Africans here and everywhere. You know what I mean? It's not just us here. So I'm with you on that 100%. Dr. Wimbush, can we talk about you mentioned in Cobra earlier, and so in other organizations who have organized around the issue of reparations and fought for it. Could you talk to us about in Cobra, and I know that there's another one down in the Caribbean, Dr. Wimbush.
You're talking about CARICOM.
So could you talk about them? And even I know you.
Okay, so in Cobra is with NARC, and these are race-based advocates for reparations, and they are they're kind of like globalists, global reparationists, but they're definitely race-based nothing burgers.
you were doing some stuff in the 90s with Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Brother Jabari Nator. So could we talk about some of the reparation endeavors that have gone on, you know, some efforts that we've organized? Yeah, could we talk about that?
Well, you know, in Cobra, let's start with in Cobra, which is the oldest, you know, founded in '87. In Cobra started off to teach people about reparations. The thing is that many of us have like these false ideas about reparations. For example, if you ask Black folk in this country, what is, you know, the beginning of reparations, most people will say, oh, it's 40 acres and a mule. Well, people need to study Sherman's Field Order number 15.
Now we got but that was what he's talking about is along the lines of the 40 acres and a mule. What do you I mean, oh my God. And my computer screen keep freezing. My fault, family. Yeah, this guy is yeah, I would love to see what he's gonna say, because the field order number 15 wasn't that the same package as the 40 acres and a mule? It happened basically at the same time. Same time frame, 1860s. Let me see what he's going to say.
Which people will say false ideas about reparations. For example, if you ask Black folk in this country, what is, you know, the beginning of reparations, most people will say, oh, it's 40 acres and a mule. Well, people need to study Sherman's Field Order number 15, which doesn't say anything about a mule. It does say something about 40.
Okay, family, what he's doing is being a piece of shit coon. That was slang. That was slang. So let me tell you what happened with that. I'm thinking he's going to be deep. So field order number 15 talked about a total of 400,000 acres of Confederate land that would have been forfeited to certain foundational Black Americans. And it would have been divvied up amongst them. That would have turned out to 40 acres each. This was like kind of trying to mirror after the 270 million acres of land through the Homestead Act of 1862. So the Homestead Act of 1862 awarded 270 million acres of land to white people who just tilled the ground for like 3 to 5 years. Okay, we had to fight for our land, and then negotiate it with Abraham Lincoln administration. So we negotiated 400,000 acres of Confederate land compared to 270 million square acres of square acres or whatever for those white peasants coming over here to till the land for a certain amount of years. So the mule thing, the 40 acres and a mule, like that was slang afterwards. Like I think Black Wall Street was called Black Wall Street afterwards. So this is what the Holy FBA Codex was talking about. This is literally semantics.
Acres and a mule. Well, people need to study Sherman's Field Order number 15, which doesn't say anything about a mule. It does say something about 40 acres. And what we need to do is study the history of reparation. I find that many of the people who are talking.
Now, family, you see that? He left that alone. What happened? Why did he keep going with that? Now, he didn't know what I just said about the 400,000 acres of land given to our ancestors, and I'd be divvied up to 40 acres each. He didn't know that. I think it was to like 40,000 people, something like that. But he didn't know that. That's why he didn't go into it any further. So 40 acres a mule was something that was given the title, like Black Wall Street. Like most things, like when a major event happens and it goes down either great or shame, you know, it was something done wrong, it's usually given a name like Holocaust. It wasn't called the Holocaust during the events of the Holocaust. So this is just a nothing burger coon, man.
Talking about reparations don't know its history. And Cobra started out by educating.
Well, you didn't prove the history just now. Like all you said was field number 15, and you stopped there. I said more than you.
people. It also did HR 40, the late John Conyers pushed for this. There was a gentleman by the name of Reparations Ray in Michigan who encouraged the late Congressman Conyers to push for a bill that would study reparations on a national level. It just got passed about a year ago in April of 2022 through the House. You have groups like in the Caribbean, CARICOM, the Caribbean nations who have united around the issue of reparations in 15 countries.
And by the way, none of these guys are proud to be black, okay? None of them. They will make a concerted effort to call themselves African American every chance they get. Like they'll try to fix their tongue to never say black. And then when you ask them, when you confront them and say, are you black? And they're like, yeah. Are you Black American? Yeah. And you say, okay, do you use Black American and African American interchangeably? They'll say yes. It's like, well, why do you consistently only say African American? And they usually don't know what to say after that. All right, so I wanted to get to this part right here. All right, two things. I want to play Malcolm X about blackity black, black, black. And I wanted to play a clip from Malcolm X, the movie X. Hold on. Damn, what?
Outside counts. Why? Why does everybody on the outside count? Because they don't want to walk around with a nappy head looking like... Looking like what? Like me? Like a nigger? Why don't you want to look like what you are? What makes you ashamed of being black?
There you go. What makes you ashamed of being black? That you want to keep saying you're African American, African American, African. One more time.
Like what? Like me? Like a nigger? Why don't you want to look like what you are? What makes you ashamed of being black? Let me tell you something.
What makes you ashamed of being black? And Malcolm X didn't have that problem. Malcolm X proudly said he was black in his right mind. All right. When he joined that Pan-Africanist garbage, he lost his sense. And he started to say African, African, African. But this is the Malcolm X we know. All right. When he became a Pan-Africanist, he changed his whole name and everything. But when he was Malcolm X, the Malcolm X we know and love, this is the Malcolm X that we talk about when we say Malcolm X. We don't think of a red, black, and green. We think of this Malcolm X right here.
People wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, then the black man will think like a black man.
Black man, not African.
And he will feel for other black people.
Black.
And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men.
Black.
And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
Not African. You heard that? Not African. Black, blackity, black, 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 black.
When black people wake up.
All right? No African, nothing is on his tongue. Blackity, black, 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 black. What is this? Okay, let me just not play the wrong thing. All right, okay. And that is a perfect segue to this. Speaking of blackity, black, 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 black. Let's play the blackity, black, 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 black anthem.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm not ashamed of being black. Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black power, black love, black man, black woman, the black dollar, black love. I'm not African, I've never been to Africa, I'm never going to Africa, no ancestor from Africa. We're black American, but don't forget the foundation of say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Yeah, we're gonna bring that back. I had to make that anthem because we gotta get back to saying I'm black and proud. We letting these African booty scratchers come out here and say they're African and proud, foundational African Americans, whatever the hell that is. All this African talk. No, 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 no. So we're gonna bring back say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Let's get back to the coon talk.
I gave a lecture in Scotland a couple of years ago, and I was surprised how organized people in Europe, Black Africans in Europe, are on the issue of reparations. So again, there's been a lot of activity around it. This is why right now you have discussions at the national level about reparations due to the work of these organizations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And could you talk about your efforts? Because like I said earlier, I was made aware by Jabari Nator that you did some work in the 90s with Dr. Khalid Muhammad, and you all organized, I think it was like the Million Youth March on Washington for reparations. And I might be butchering it, Dr. Wimbush, but could you educate us on that whole whole thing?
You know, what we did in 2001, we organized the March on Reparations in Washington, D.C. We worked closely with December 12th, which is another group in New York, to help. And we brought out about 40,000 people on the mall in Washington, D.C. The other thing is that the late Randall Robinson and I, we were doing a workshop in Toronto. It was like 1990 or something. Well, maybe a little later than about 98, 99. And the reparations struggle didn't have a book. And that's why The Debt is such an important book to read by Randall Robinson. Again, I followed it a few years later with Should America Pay? We needed like a history, because a lot of people, again, don't know the history of the reparations struggle. You know, so we did a lot of work. I mean, it's so much to, you know, I held a huge meeting when I was teaching at Fisk University, and we brought a bunch of people together for a 3-day conference on reparations. That was like in 1997 or 98, and everybody was at that meeting. So we've done a lot of work over the years. It's not been something that we've done over the past 4 or 5 years, but at least the past 30 years.
What are your thoughts on what took place, you know, a couple of weeks ago with the NAACP and in California? There was some, Dr. Whip was like, remember that they were talking about like giving Black people $5 million, and then the NAACP came out and they were just like, no, this is what we want. And then the president, I guess, of the chapter out there, he did an interview with Roland Martin, and he was like, no, we never said that we didn't support cash payments. We never ever said that. When I read the letter, it seemed like that was clearly what they were saying. But he said no, and he was just like, they just kind of threw out the $5 million number. You know, they didn't do any research, We just wanted to make sure we didn't get lowballed and blah, blah, blah. What are your thoughts on that entire situation?
Well, you really want to hear it. The California Commission right now is really in a mess. It's a big mess. You have what happened a few weeks ago is a guy named Amos Brown. He's a minister up in San Francisco. The California Commission initially said, we're going to give everybody about $200,000 plus Black folk, if you can trace your lineage back to enslavement. The San Francisco City Council appointed a commission to study reparations, and they said they were going to give $5 million to each resident, Black resident, eligible resident in the city of San Francisco. Amos Brown, who is the pastor of Kamala Harris, by the way, then said, well, he was against that. The national NAA.
Yeah, so random Black residents, you just happen to be living there and you should get a piece of $5 million. So he's for that. Keep going.
ACP said they did not endorse the letter that Amos Brown, wrote against the $5 million. He thought the money was out of line. But see, again, that's why I say the commission is really in a mess. So the commission, let me just finish this. They raised the money from $200,000 plus to say we're going to give them $300,000 plus, $1,000 plus, to eligible residents of California, Black residents of California, if they can trace their so-called lineage.
Okay, so now, family, you hear the argument. So one political voice saying 300,000 to those who can trace their lineage, and then the other one is saying 5 million just to random Black residents. You just tethered to anchored yourself to America. You're living in California. Oh shit, you get money? Why? Oh, you're a resident in California or San Francisco. Really? But what's this for? Oh, Foundation Black Americans. They went through some harsh times in America, and you're gonna get some of the money that they supposed to get. You dig? But it's gonna go to you because you're quote unquote Black. Yeah, but I'm Haitian American. I'm not even Black. I know. Just shh. Say you're Black. Okay, just get the money. Shut up. Shut up.
Back to enslavement. I'm opposed to that. The $5 million that San Francisco said, oh, that's too much money. But what if they had said, we want to give 50 cents to every Black resident of city of San Francisco? People would have said that would have been too little. What if we had said $50 or $500? How much should we pay for the damage the African people in this country receive from enslavement? Right. And so when I said 5 million, when they said $5 million, I don't think that's enough. So people were decrying the number, saying it's unrealistic. What should we pay for the descendants of those who were enslaved in this country? That is the question.
All right. So he said the California Commission said 200,000, then he says 300,000 lineage based, right? And he's opposed to that, but he supports San Francisco saying $5 million to just any random Black resident. He supports that. Family, notice the contradiction. He supports any random number, even $5 million per person, as long as it's race-based. Any Black person can get it. But he opposes any lineage-based specificity. Family, that shows his issue isn't on the dollar amount. Is blocking the political power that comes when FBAs delineate as a group with a legal claim. He don't care about the dollar amount, family. He is on a payroll of somebody with a deep African injuries. He's on. They're all of them are on somebody payroll that they must tether Africans and Caribbeans to our reparations claim. So they're going to stand on 10 against lineage-based claims, and they are on race-based claims. 5 million to any random resident, no matter how they got here, no matter when they got here. But the injured party, paying the injured party, compensating the injured party, nah, screw that. Like, family, anybody talk about agent talk, informant talk, that is literally that. Screw the people who deserve it, or not deserve it. Screw the people who's owed it. Screw them. Let's just give it to random black people. Black people deserve it. Black people need to win. Blackity, black, black, black. And these are not black people. These are Haitian Americans, Jamaican Americans. These are Nigerian Americans, Sudanese, Myron out there collecting money, laughing at us. Chaotic Truth. No, that's a nothing burger. We're not going to allow that. Lineage base, and you're mad. Well, stay mad, because you could be mad dog. All right, 2025. We don't care. It's going to be lineage based, and that's it.
Right. What should we pay? And you have a lot of figures out there. Dr. Darity said $14 trillion
right.
should be. Yeah, he said it's trillions. And I mean, and that's just, he wasn't even taught. Like, if we factored in psychological and emotional damage and, that was just, a number that he calculated.
And by the way, they're just talking about California states. They're not talking about federal payout. So like these folks are just all over the place. But again, their secret, and she swears she's not a hater. Like, get your Pan-Africanist ass out of here. I done cooked her on her reviewing her content hella times. She said she told somebody a caller to research the Sahel Alliance, and herself didn't know what the Sahel Alliance was about.
Calculated based on what would be needed to close the racial wealth gap that exists between us and white folks. But he was saying, like, he said $14 trillion, Dr. Wimbush.
Well, the Accra Declaration in 1994, a group of Black African economists, sociologists.
All right, so let me respond to Golden Brown. Okay, so I was ignoring you all yesterday, and you keep seeking my attention. Golden Brown, because you have an issue with somebody in the chat, okay, that has nothing to do with me, that has nothing to do with nobody in the chat, that has nothing to do with anybody from the lineage. That's what you decided to do. Okay, it takes two to go back and forth with each other in the chat. All right, so I don't read the chat because you guys don't have a leader. I don't have a leader. We have the right to disagree in the chat. We have the right to engage in the chat, and we have the right to not engage in the chat. Okay, everybody, listen, everybody in the chat does not agree with my conclusions and summations. Okay, in the chat, they always express, nah, I'm about you bugging. I don't got to go back and forth because I'm not their leader. I just gave an opinion. I got a microphone. I put it out there. I've been wrong many times. So somebody disagreeing with me doesn't make me right, or doesn't make them right. It just, we're in lineage. Okay, you're in the chat. You don't have to engage in a chat. You can just watch the video and just watch. Like, a lot of times I go to a video, I'll watch it, and I don't engage. Like, a lot of times when I watch Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, I just watch the video. I don't engage in the chat. I don't always got to engage in the chat. But because you're having an issue with one person, you trying to make it all about you now, and all about, oh, there's no unity. Yo, go to bed, man. Go back to sleep. Because I see that you were going over this yesterday, and it looked like Moon Duck left it alone. It looked like he left it alone. He moved on. You're bringing it back to the chat. Okay, so if he hurt your feelings, forgive him, ask for apology, or just move on. Block him or some shit. I mean, like, block him personally, where you can't block him from the live, but block him where you can't read his comments. Right? But he moved on. He's dealing with today's topic. You're still butthurt from yesterday. Listen, I don't like to read if you guys got something going on, that's between y'all. I don't even try to learn the backstory. I'm out of it. I'm not your leader. I'm not going to break it up unless it's getting too wild in the chat, when they become too distracting. So right now you're becoming distracting. You're bringing a conversation from yesterday today. Okay. So look, you got to go. Mental illness is a serious thing in 2025 and in the 2020s period, 2000s period. If that's something you're going through, then you got to take your medicine. Like I always say, just take your medicine and hope for the best. But leave your conversations you had yesterday. All right. Now it looks like it looks like you are purposely trying to make it bigger than what it is, trying to involve me in it and people in the chat. Leave it alone. You're disrupting the show. Leave it alone. Okay? Because now you're becoming the weirdo in the chat right now.
Historians got together, and you can read it online. It's called the Accra Declaration. They said that the cost of enslavement, colonialism, the extraction of minerals out of Africa like gold, diamonds, oil, mahogany.
And by the way, family, I never get involved with people going at it with lineage, folks going at each other in the chat. I never get involved. As long as it's to their, what they're talking about, cool. But when you prolong it the next day, I'm going to intervene. And guess what? I'm never going to choose a side. I did that one time, right? And guess what happened? I chose the wrong side because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't follow up with the conversation. I just looked at what's going on at that moment, and I sided with some person. It turned out when I did the history that person I sided with was wrong. They were actually the troublemaker. That's why I kind of stay out of like that type of stuff because I really don't know what's going on. But don't engage in something that you're not prepared to, deal with. That's all.
All of this, the displacement of at least 60 million Africans taken during the transatlantic slave trade, that amount came to $77 trillion. So we're talking about enormous numbers here. But you always begin, when you're going to sue somebody, you always start with a number bigger than you think that you're going to get, and you negotiate. So I support what San Francisco said.
All right, hold on. Let's go back because I'm talking in a chat for stupid shit, and I need to be focused on the content. The content is about Pan-Africanists who are trying to block us from getting reparations. Golden Brown's talking about a personal discussion in the chat, some anecdotal shit, and she trying to tie that into like something bigger. Like, hey, look, I can't get it wrong with Moondoc, so we will never get reparations. Like, shut up.
Colonialism, the extraction of minerals, 1994.
And white folks. But he was saying like,
so family, I want you to catch what this coon is going to try to do. He's still going to see what he pushes, him and Dr. Oba, or what they push is a global reparations nothing burger. A global reparations nothing burger. So now he's going to calculate a cost for a global reparations push. Listen to this foolishness.
Like, he said $14 trillion, Dr. Wimbush.
Well, the Accra Declaration in 1994, a group of Black African economists, sociologists, historians got together, and you can read it online. It's called the Accra Declaration. They said that the cost of enslavement, colonialism, the extraction of minerals out of Africa like gold, diamonds, oil, mahogany, all of this, the displacement of at least 60 million Africans taken during the transatlantic slave trade, that amount came to $77 trillion. So we're talking about—
Oh, wow. That's impressive. $77 trillion globally. Oh my God. Wow. Let's pursue that. Let's drop our claim and pursue this global claim.
Enormous numbers here. But you always begin, when you're going to sue somebody, you always start with a number bigger than you think that you're going to get, and you negotiate. So I support what San Francisco said. I don't support what the California Commission said with this $300,000 if you can prove your lineage. Again, this is something that the Johnny come lately to the reparation struggle have come up with. And I could name names, but there's some of them online right now because I can see.
yeah, trolling. That's all.
They're trolling.
Now, nobody trolling. They're calling your bullshit out. Both of you. You are the trolls. You're trolling our reparation claim. That's what y'all doing. Y'all trolling what's owed to us. All right. Okay. So let's deal with that, if y'all don't mind. Let's deal with that. 1 second. What the James Brown is going over here? Okay, what the Halle Berry? All right. So again, is good for a global framework, but U.S. reparations are about what the U.S. government and the state owes us specifically. All right. If Africans want to use that $70 trillion estimate against Europe, go ahead. Who is stopping you? Nobody's undermining you. Nobody's sabotaging you. Go make it a race-based thing and good luck. We're not even rooting against you. Go do that. Okay. But Dr. Raymond Wimbush is conflating two. Is basically like saying Germany should pay Japanese Americans for internment. Okay, that is legally nonsense. Saying that we should pay Africans, like American government should pay any portion of that $77 trillion debt to Africans globally for what they experience, for what they experience is retarded, and that will never go nowhere in court. Like, you have to sue the right parties, man, and we're doing that, and they're mad.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they just trolling, Doc. Now let the trolls be the trolls, coming in here saying saying stuff we ain't even say. Yeah, saying stuff we ain't say. So anyway, Dr. Wimbush, how do you feel about people framing the fight for reparations as a moral debt? I've been hearing people say that it's a moral, like it was a clip that went viral of a sister. Shout out to brother
Make
Phil
no mistake.
Scott. And
I'm not giving Dr. Maya a pass. Like, she's a troll too. She's a hater too. Like, I've been doing reviews and reactions to her videos too. Like, she is a hater. She's an FBA ADOS hater. She's a Pan-Africanist. And she was supposed to come over here and talk to me before it got this far, before I started cooking her. We supposed to have a one-on-one talk like I do most people, and she reneged. She took a rain check. She fled.
African Diaspora News, there was a clip that he showed of a woman.
Because you see all those books behind her. I'm gonna tell you flat out what I was gonna do. Prove that she ain't read one of them. All those books behind her. All right. And just like he tried to say field number 15. He didn't know much about that. I'm like, what they gotta do with 40 acres? That's like the same shit. Oh, but they didn't use language 40 acres. Okay, so what? Jewish survivors didn't say Holocaust, bro. And nobody said Ma'afa. Cause they all like to say Ma'afa was the entire slave trade, ordeal before, middle, and afterward. They call that the Ma'afa. Well, guess what? Nobody called that the Ma'afa when it was happening. Nobody called the Holocaust the Holocaust. So nobody called it 40 acres and a mule either. So that's the best you can do, man. It's a nitpick.
Sister, she was talking to, I believe it was a mayor. It may have been a mayor, but I know it was a politician. And she called out the
right. She was, of course, I'm emailing her and she's promising she'll come on. It's like 2 months later. I just gave up. I said, the hell with her.
Politicians' connections to white supremacy. And she was talking about, reparations, and she framed it as a moral debt. She said, this is a moral debt. What are your thoughts when people say stuff when you heard that? Because when she said that, Dr. Wimbush, I kind of cringed, like moral debt. And Dr. Amos Wilson, in his book Blueprint for Black Power, talks about in the chapter entitled Crisis of Leadership. And he talked about, the people who want to appeal, they go the moral route. Then you got people who they're the black nationalist route. Then you have the conservative or the neoconservative route. So he was saying that, all of this stuff, and he had critiques on each one of these types of leadership, so where people try to appeal to white folks their morale, you know what I mean? And so she said, this is a moral debt. And when the sister said that, I was just like this, Dr. Wimbush. So what are the dangers of framing?
That's retarded. There's no moral debt. Because morality is like really subjective.
Reparations as a moral debt.
Well, you're talking about extracting morality from an amoral country. This country is not moral. So when you start framing saying, well, they should do it because it's the right thing to do, or they need to.
Family, I can show you the email. All right. Of course she ran. Like if I say something, I can prove it when challenged. Okay. I got the emails. We emailed each other. She ran. She kept saying no time I offered to her was good. No day I offered was good. She never gave me her time. So I just recommended. I suggested times and she said they all were bad. She never gave me. I said, okay, give me a time. She never gave me one, but she kept promising that she would come on. So I checked my email yesterday before I call her out today, this grand rising morning. I checked my email yesterday just to make sure that she didn't follow up, and she didn't. All right. So she reneged. She knew that she was going to get cooked, and she's still welcome to come.
Exercise their sense of morality. I just laugh at that. To me, reparations is a matter of justice. I can roll with that. Reparations is a matter that this country owes us and our ancestors as well as their descendants a debt, as Randall Robinson says, and I try to point out in Should America Pay, and that is a debt based on justice. And we see this because other groups have received reparations. Jews have received it for the Holocaust.
Lineage-based.
Native people in this country have received it. You look all over, the Maori people of the South Sea Islands have received it. The Japanese have received it because of their incarceration. They didn't appeal to the morality of this country saying it was the right thing to do or they should do it because, well, I'm not going to say that.
The email, the PDF is ready. I just was double checking, triple checking. So I'm gonna definitely start emailing you guys the PDF. Yep.
Saying you cannot extract morality out of an immoral system. You can extract justice out of a amoral system. People do the right thing. I mean, the Civil Rights Bill is an example of justice. And it came during a time of the immorality of the South and other places in this country.
Absolutely.
So, I don't ever try to appeal to white folks' morality because I'm not sure that it exists.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And Dr. Wimbush, how do you feel about, because people are like, man, we ain't getting reparations. The dollar's getting ready to crash anyway. They have this whole BRICS alliance. And so now these other countries are deciding to trade, they're dropping the dollar. I mean, I've been seeing stuff on social media. I've been reading articles on it. And I believe it's called the BRICS alliance. So you have Brazil, Russia. Who's that? Brazil.
Okay, she's about to go on fear taxes right now. The dollar, BRICS. This is all garbage.
Russia, India, China, and Saudi Arabia.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So they formed this BRICS alliance where they're like, look, we're going to form our own currency. We're going to exclude the West. We're going to form our own currency, and we're going to trade in that currency. So, what is the fate of the U.S. dollar?
Okay, I'm going to fast forward this spooky talk.
The white world doesn't want.
Now that we're talking about reparations getting paid, now all of a sudden the dollar. Oh, it don't matter if you get paid. It don't mean shit because the dollar gonna fall. Hey, these people are complete ops to us. You dig? I wouldn't put it past that they were meeting up with Jared Taylor and Richard Spencer, doing Zoom calls with them. I would not, if I learned that these two and others were on a call with Baba Smalls, all these folks, if I learned they were on a phone call conference with Jared Taylor and Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, I wouldn't even be shocked. I promise you. I know the history. I know their leader linked up with the Klan, the Grand Wizard of the Klan. So if their leader would do it, the students would do it too. The followers would do it. And listen to how they talk, just like Marcus Garvey. Black Americans ain't SHIT. I'm a foreigner. I'm going to show you how to do it. And I'm going to link up with the Klan. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you that I'm going to get it done with your ops.
On the world of color, if you want to put it that way, the non-white world, to be have any other currency other than the US dollar. And they'll go to war for that. Inflation, little faith in Africa, and what people read Randall Robinson's book, Quitting America, when Randy left for us.
All right, so before you go there, the fact that they don't support lineage-based reparations, that is the family. There's no perfect way to undermine our reparations claim without attacking lineage-based reparations. If you remove lineage, you undermine the legal framework that makes reparations winnable. We can't win a claim if it ain't lineage-based. And for them to attack it, family, I don't know how you can forgive these people. Like, they're trying to take lineage out of it and put race-based reparations. That's a 100% L for us. And there's no way you're doing that by mistake, because they're having these arguments. They're watching Yvette Carnell Tone Talks, Darity. They're listening to Tariq Nasheed, Marcel, and everybody else, Jason Black. They're listening to Dennis Sperling. Okay? These guys are not like ignorant, because they don't get any views, no numbers. So they're listening to us. Nobody's watching this show. So they're listening to us. They're seeing what we got going on so they can try to counter it and neutralize it. So they are very aware of our strongest positions, right? Which is lineage based. And they're trying to take that out and replace it with race based. And then we don't have a winnable case any longer. It's a joke. And the white man, like, it's race based. Okay, let's hear it for the, you know what I mean? All of a sudden, the white man want to go hear it now. Okay, come on. Come to court. We'll make a ruling on it. You know, denied. Race-based bullshit. Okay, so so like the video, family, I know the morning crew is slow on the likes. Like the like button does work. The super chat does work, and I'm gonna put my Cash App up top for those who want to support when I go to the diner to go live with Diaspora Wars. So I'm gonna continue. I feel like this was more important, so I'm gonna do Diaspora Wars like 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Anybody want to help with that? I'm gonna put the Cash App up top for that.
I strongly suggest people read Randall Robinson's book, Quitting America. When Randy left this country, he told me in 2001 that he was going to give up and move to the Caribbean. I didn't believe him. But his book, Quitting America, probably has the best essays on why Black people need to start thinking outside of the United States where they want to live.
Come on. Look, they want us to flee America. Yeah. Why, when the idea comes about us fleeing America, come on, bring it home, brother. Bring it home. Come on, amen. What is the obsession with us leaving America? What does it do for a tether?
Come on.
And I think it's the best critique of the United States since James Baldwin wrote Fire Next Time.
Come on. And Doc, if we don't extricate our
and move to people read Randall Rob for us. I strongly suggest people read Randall Robinson's book, Quitting America. When Randy left this country, he told me in 2001 that he was going to give up and move to the Caribbean. I didn't believe him. But his book, Quitting America, probably has the best essays on why Black people need to start thinking outside of the United States where they want to live.
Come on.
And I think it's the best critique of the United States since James Baldwin wrote Fire Next Time.
Come on. And Doc, if we don't extricate ourselves from this country, when it burns, we're going to burn right with it.
Exactly.
We're going to burn right with it. Go ahead, Doc.
So
let's flee to Africa.
Remember Dr. King, whose 55th anniversary of his assassination was just yesterday.
Absolutely.
He questioned towards the end of his life after the March on Washington. He said, am I integrating Black people into a burning house?
All right. So they want to misquote the context of that. But leaving America, and where are we going? Africa, Jamaica. Like, come on. Like, we don't flee, you know. And I gotta play the anthem again. We don't flee, man. We fight. You guys take flight. Delta, Spirit, US Airlines, your messed up hairline. It's in the bars, man. And then we fight Mike Tyson, Ali, Mayweather. That's what we do. You know, no, we're not taking part of that escapism. Okay. We don't, this is our homeland and we're gonna fight. Our blood. You heard Smokey. Matter of fact, let me play Smokey Robinson. Because some of these folks think it's a game. This is why we are not gonna flee.
I'm an American. If you Africa, so
the descendants of American slaves,
sweat and
Listen to
tears,
Smokey.
and all that, you know, fought in every war. Okay, so this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country. If you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family's been here, you know? Built this country too. Africa.
We built this country too. Right. So yeah, no, you're not gonna trick us out of our spot. You know, there's no bait and switch. It ain't bait and switch. Okay. So our blood, labor, and lineage built the country. All right. Immigrants, you guys can leave. Pan-Africanists, coons, tethers, you can leave. But we, FBA, this is our homeland, right? For the last 400 years, and there's an unpaid debt that we're seeking. And we ain't gonna stop seeking it until that thing is paid. Okay. So you guys want to do your global thinking, global reparation push, go ahead and do that. All power to you. But we're not gonna let you sabotage what we're doing. Look, why don't y'all just push y'all don't fight that. So why don't y'all push y'all global reparations? We don't care. Why two can't happen? Why y'all can't push our global reparations and we push our lineage-based reparations? CARICOM is pushing their lineage-based reparations. What does our claim got to do with yours?
Yes, he did.
So Dr. King recognized, and we don't talk about Dr. King when he reached out to Nkrumah in Africa. He always saw the struggle as international, as did Malcolm X. So I think that we have to think more internationally about the state of this country and where Black people's place not only is in this country, where it is in this country, but around the world.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And someone corrected me. Thank you so much, Brother Keith Shea. He said the BRICS, when I said BRICS earlier, I said Saudi Arabia, but the S stands for South Africa. And thank you. It was another sister in the chat also. I want to say it was Sister Dang.
Yeah, y'all always make up history. Y'all always revise history. You good. We don't expect anything less. Keep revising history.
Yeah, but they said Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And I see that there was an article right here, and this is probably where I got it from. It says Saudi Arabia cuts tie with the United States for economic independence. So I think that I had Saudi Arabia in my.
That's called bad research. Come on, stop making excuses. That's called bad research. And we can't trust you, Saudi Arabia. And she's trying to make up the reason why she revised history. That's what you do as Pan-Africanists.
In my brain, but thank you so much, Brother Keith, for that. And so anyway, I definitely, Doc, these books, you're like a walking encyclopedia. Every time I talk to you, you're like a walking library. So you named about 3 books during this discussion that I need to grab, including yours, actually 4. So you wrote
You ain't got enough books back there. All they talk, this book club thing they got going on is ridiculous. All they talk about is all the books they read. What does it matter if you read all those books and your conclusion is race-based reparations over lineage-based reparations? That means that you guys are reading books, but your comprehension is low. It's pointless to read all those books if you don't get correct, and if you can't summarize and assess great information out of it. Okay, how do you read all those books and conclude reparations must be race-based in America, not lineage-based. Like, yeah, throw those books in the trash.
A book about, you said, Sister Belinda, who fought for reparations.
Right.
Then you said it was one of your
Belinda, lineage-based reparations, and then Cali House, lineage-based reparations. Every reparations claim you guys cited were all lineage-based. Can you provide us the race-based reparations movement that was successful?
colleagues who passed a couple of weeks ago, he wrote a book.
Yeah.
No, sorry, two books you wrote. Should America Pay?
And yeah, I actually own that book, Should America Pay? I bought that way back in like 2014. So family, when they say, hey, you guys follow Tariq and Yvette, you guys are just followers. No. I had that book in 2014, family. Okay, I you want they love to show pictures. Should I show my pictures of the book? You dig? So I bought that book. I put it on my Facebook wall. So on my Facebook wall, matter of fact, I'm gonna go and while I play this video, I'm gonna try to find my Facebook wall. But family, I know some of you guys just learning me today, but I showed yesterday that I've been well prepared for this subject to defend the lineage 15 years ago. Okay, I've been studying this stuff 15, 17, 18 years ago. So that's why when we say when Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell put it together, we was like, oh, that's it. It was always something missing. When I researched this stuff, Black history and delineation, it was always something missing. I didn't put it all together correctly. Yvette Carnell, when she did ADOS, when Tariq Nasheed took that and went to FBA, he evolved ADOS to FBA. That's what we were missing. We like, oh, that's it. So not that they are leaders, they just had the ability to put it all together and make sense out of it. You feel me? So we just fell in line like, wow, yeah, that's about right. My research points exactly to that. I had the evidence, I just didn't, put it together. I had the pieces of the puzzle. I couldn't make the puzzle. They made the puzzle for us. We always had the pieces. They just made the puzzle with the pieces. You feel me? And that's how all of us feel like, yep, that's it.
The book about Belinda.
Belinda's petition, right?
Belinda's petition. And then it was what was your colleague's book?
The Debt.
So Jerry Davis said, peace, family. I'm new here and I support this channel. B1. Thank you, brother. The best way to support is click that like button and subscribe and notification bell. I appreciate you. I appreciate your warming comments. Thank you. And chat, moderators, Lineage, follow suit, like the video.
What America owes Black people.
The Debt. And then you just named Quitting America.
Quitting America. That's
books.
a powerful book. Powerful book.
Yeah, so you just added to my bookshelf, and I got books downstairs, and now look at this, Doc.
Why the hell would I look? All he do is brag about books. Why the hell would I buy a book called Quitting America, which is propagating fleeing? I bet that was who wrote that book?
Books
owes Black people.
The Debt. And then you just named Quitting America.
Quitting America. Quitting America. That's a powerful book. Powerful book.
All right, let me look at Quitting America. So far I read Quitting America, the departure of a Black man from his whatever. The book charts Randall Robinson's departure from America to the Caribbean. Are you serious, bro? Let me see where this guy's from. Where is this guy from? Where is this guy from? Quitting America. Randall Robinson is the author of Makita, An Unbroken Agony, and of the national bestsellers The Debt, The Reckoning, Quitting America, and Defending the Spirit In 1984, he established the Free South Africa movement, which pushed successfully for the imposition of U.S. sanctions against apartheid South Africa. In 1994, his public advocacy, including a 20-day hunger strike, led to the UN multinational operation that restored Haiti's first democratically elected government to power. Robinson is a professor of law at Penn State Law School and is the creator, co-producer, and the host of the public television human rights series World on Trial. He lives with his wife, Hazel, in the West. Yo, but what? Okay, that really didn't tell me anything. But all of his work is outside of America. Like, dude, man, who the hell are you? And where you from? Born in Richmond, Virginia. All right. I guess he's just a tether lover. All right, whatever. I feel like buying that book.
Yeah, so you just added to my bookshelf, and I got books downstairs, and now look at this, Doc. Books on the floor, this bookshelf. So you did added 4 more.
All he can do is point at books. Look, Doc, I got these books on the floor. You don't read them.
America.
Quitting America. That's
4 books.
a powerful book. Powerful book.
Yeah, so you just added to my bookshelf, and I got books downstairs, and now look at this, Doc. Books on the floor, this bookshelf. So you did added 4 more books, and I know it's going to be powerful. I know they're going to be powerful.
Yeah. All of them do this. All their backgrounds have books and books and books. Look at this. These guys, book background. Yeah, these guys are crazy with the books. You know, what's that supposed to mean? Like, we all read. All we do is just read all day. You could trust us.
But I do.
Oh, let me. Hey, Jerry, my fault. Let me give you a lineage wrench and make you a moderator. The lineage wrench means that you are of the lineage with us, or at least a supporter.
I agree with you that we need to think, Black folks here, Africans in America here, that we need to be thinking globally.
No, the hell we don't. We need to stay right here thinking nationally. Like Nigerians are thinking nationally. Zimbabweans are thinking about Zimbabwe. All right. Haitians are thinking about Haiti. Okay. Sudanese people are thinking about Sudan, and Ghanaians are thinking about Ghana. So we're not going to be the only ones thinking outside of our country. We're going to be thinking nationally as well.
And there's a program that I had enrolled my students in. It's called the Connect program. And the Connect program is essentially exactly what it is.
So you got students. So she's brainwashing her students. That's sad.
It is exactly what it states. It's a Connect program. And so what it does is
Alexis Berry with the super chat, Lineage Love, $2. Thank you. Convo on full blast and McDonald's for tethers. Well, you are funny.
It's a program that came out of the Office of Academic Affairs. And salute to Dr. Jakob Astaki, who introduced me to the coordinators of the program.
Yeah, after this, I'll say about 3-4 o'clock, I'm gonna head to a diner. And family, the Cash App is there. Donate to the Cash App if you want to support my diner expense. You dig? But I'm gonna go in there for about 2-3 hours, and I am FBA, so I gotta patronize as long as I'm there. Like little bits, like coffee here, maybe a bagel there, nothing crazy.
But it's a program that connects university students here with university students around the world. So they're talking with university students in China. They're talking to university students throughout the continent of Africa, in Europe, the UK, Australia, South America, throughout the Caribbean. And what I was telling my students is you want to connect with people from around the world so that you have options. America is just not, it won't be your only option. Oh, let me get this degree and let me go work. You'll have options.
Okay, so then why do those folks you're talking about, the first chance they get, the first ticket they get, Delta, Spirit, U.S. Airlines, messed up hairlines, why that's the first thing they do? And what you're saying is true. We need to connect with these folks. We don't got to leave the country, family. They're all coming here. The hell we talking about? We don't got to leave the country to connect with these folks. They're all coming here. They're coming to where we are. So if you want to connect with an African or whoever else, just wait. They're here. We ain't got to go to them. You're going to miss them. You're going to go there. They're like, peace. Where you going? I'm going where you live at.
Nationally, locally, nationally, and internationally. You know, and so that's what I try to instill in my students. You have options. Don't limit yourself to America. You can go anywhere with a STEM degree, with an electrical engineering degree. You can go anywhere and do whatever you put your mind to.
And get paid what?
And so I couldn't agree with you more that we need to think internationally. And that's what Garvey was on. Garvey was saying that. There you know,
Garvey was saying that, but Garvey didn't go anywhere. He stayed in America until we kicked him out. So I love when they use the Garvey analogy. It's like, yeah, he was talking that for us. Garvey was in your seat. Garvey was convincing Foundation Black Americans that they should go abroad while he stood his coconut ass in America. He didn't go anywhere. He got kicked out.
Garvey was just like, no, we connected. Look, we're going to get these ships. We're going to start doing conducting international trade. We're going to form alliances and connections with our brothers on the continent.
Right. That Umar speech, just to get your donations, right? Your money. The Umar speech, all this great grand stuff. Yeah, he's gonna do all that to get your money. And then once he got the money, what happened? None of that happened. All right. So stop. Same thing with Umar. He got the money. Where's the school? Now he has a quote unquote school. Garvey had quote unquote ships, but they were bando ships and they were bando schools. All right. They never had a chance in hell. That school never had a chance of being operable, and those ships had never had a chance leaving the dock.
Some people wanted to repatriate there. And so he was thinking internationally. And not only was he thinking it, he was moving internationally. And so that's the blueprint. And so that brings me to something that I want to say. Dr. Wimbush, sometimes the more I study history, the more I feel like we're on a hamster wheel. The more I study history. I was, and let me give you the source of my frustration. So there were some brothers who contacted me. Hey, Dr. Ma'at, we want to talk about, solutions to the Black plight in America. And we have a chat room on Clubhouse. So this is another platform, Dr. Wimbush, called Clubhouse. And people hold discussions and, and stuff like that. And so they sent me a link and I said, okay, I'm always, especially with young brothers, 20s, 30s. And so I'm like, cool, I'll hop on. Dr. Wimbush, I got on that daggone in that discussion. And they started, first of all, their assessment of what's happening with Africans in the States, in America, and Africans globally, the assessment was totally wrong. Okay. Then secondly, the solutions, which was based on inaccurate assessments.
Okay, so the assessment must have been ain't nothing happening over there. You dig? Ain't nothing down there. That must have been the assessment. These countries got to level up. They got a lot of work to do. We're not better off there. We're better off just fixing our neighborhoods and our problems in America. That was the assessment. And the solution must have been delineate.
Was with Africans in the States, in America, and Africans globally, the assessment was totally wrong. Okay. Then secondly, the solutions, which was based on inaccurate assessments, was totally wrong. And not to mention, Dr. Wimbush, the solutions were we already did it. We tried those in the 1800s.
Family, I got an idea. I'm going to put this link to this video in the chat. Comment And family, I'm gonna put this video in the chat. Okay, that's the link in the chat right there, family. I'm gonna put this on pause. I'm gonna play some FBA music. I want everybody, I want all 127 people to click that link, give her some views, click that link and say, we want you to go to FBA News and Updates. Okay, to interview. All right. However you want to word it. So Clubhouse is all immigrants talking smack all day about, yeah, I see that, Candy Man. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play a diaspora war later on, the next live. It's a Clubhouse. It's coming from Clubhouse, and you see a bunch of tethers in there. Thank you. Let me make Candy Man a moderator. Let me give him a Lineage wrench, Candy Man. With that Lineage wrench, to go ahead and give us a Lineage like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. But everybody, I put the link in the chat. I want everybody to let you know I'm serious about this woman. Everybody click that link. Let her get her, views up from us. Click that link and tell her, can you come to FBA News and Updates today? Not tomorrow, not next Friday, today. Clear your schedule. We want to hear you talk to Unbiased Ron. All right. So while I'm gonna play some FBA music, some anthems, that's how bad I want to talk to her, because I don't believe that she knows what she says she knows about the a Pan-African history or any. I'm gonna call her Pan-Africanism to question. Okay, I don't believe that all those books she got back behind her has anything to do with Pan-Africanism. All right. So I want to speak to her directly. She's like low key disrespecting us. So let's talk to somebody who feel like they know enough to have that conversation with her. So I'm gonna play some FBA music in the background. That gives everybody enough time to comment, and however you want to word it, just say FBA News and Updates, or Unbiased Ron. But let her know that she needs to come over here. So I'm gonna play the music. I'm gonna type again myself, and then I'll read the comments. I'll share the screen and see our comments on her thing. Right. So there's a link again. So I'm gonna play some FBA anthem music in the background. Please, family, go ahead and let her know that she need to come to FBA News and Update for an interview on Pan-Africanism with Unbiased Ron. However you want to word that. And I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna see the comments, but we gotta get her. We gotta get her over here.
That show me subscribe.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking. With the lineage in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. No mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the lineage eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. reparations are lineage based, not your image erased. No different than CARICOM, so you could keep your African and run somewhere else with your marathon. Laugh now, cry later, cause we gonna laugh when you cry at the gator. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah, yeah, yeah. Subscribe to FBA News and Updates, yeah, yeah, yeah. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader. We gatekeeping the culture. From these gates seeking vultures. Drop the colors so someone gotta hold the line, and somebody gotta hold the signs. No coons, no tethers, no room for white supremacists. We fight, we got it. Mayweather, Mike Tyson. We fight, they take flight. They got Spirit, Delta, US Airlines, messed up hairlines. Alligator, Alcatraz. There's no soul leader, code is the leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader, there's no soul leader. There's no soul leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. I heard tethers flock together, so if you hit one with a rock, then they'll drop together. Why cosplay? Accept your own and be yourself. When you're left alone, you can feed yourself. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. There's no soul leader. Say it with me, family. There's no soul leader, the code is the leader. Make sure to like and subscribe. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Subscribe, FBA News and Updates. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. 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 Say it loud, I'm not ashamed of being black. Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black power, Black love, Black man, Black woman, the Black dollar, Black love. I'm not African, I've never been to Africa, I'm never going to Africa, no ancestor from Africa. We're Black American, but don't forget the foundation of say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm back and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm back and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
Yeah, man, she might have blocked us. You did because I couldn't see, or maybe she did. Let me try different device. Different. I said vice. Different. Let me try different device. Sometimes YouTube is tricky like that. You'll put a comment because I get charged with that all the time. Like, yo, man, you deleting my comments? Like, bro, I never seen your comment. So let me try from a separate device and see if I can see the comments. But that do happen. YouTube is weird like that. You'll put a comment and you cannot see it, and you'll swear that I think that's just YouTube's filtering thing. All right, I'm using a different device. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't. No. Okay, so I'm looking from a whole separate device. I don't see. I don't see our comments. Yeah. So I don't think she allows more comments. I just checked with my phone and she just has the normal 20 comments. All right. So let's get back to it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with her thing, but you can't add any more comments, or we're not seeing more than the 20 comments. Hopefully it'll somehow show up later. Maybe she got a thing where it is, I think family, there's a filter button where she has to approve the comments. So you can do that. You can, same thing with like Facebook, like a Facebook group. You can, like, when people post something in your Facebook group, you can have it screened where you got to approve all Facebook posts. So she might have a filter where she approves all comments. And that usually disingenuous people do that. Like, why you got to screen comments to only get positive comments? Like, that's crazy. That is the Pan-African delusion.
So I'm talking to the brothers. I said, have you
Yeah,
ever
she
read
is
the book, The
trash.
Color of Money, or The Color of Law? Or have you ever read?
Nah, that's
so
the
I'm
right
just
link.
laying out some stuff. And no, I ain't read that. Have you read Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson, or Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson? Or have you read, hey, have you read this? No, Doc, I didn't read. I said, brothers, study your history.
Well, you read all that and you think that reparations should be race-based. So I can't follow your lead, either one of you.
Because some of this stuff that you all are proposing, we've already done it before, and we see how it ended up, right? Study your history. But so Doc, I think that sometimes, and that's what I say.
Tyron Luong says she does which one? That she filters the comments or she reads the books. So which one, Tyron? I'm not sure what you're responding to. But peace to you, Grand Rising.
I feel like I'm on a hamster wheel. Like, we're just going in one circle. So I'm like, okay, they tried this in the 1700s.
Yeah, you are on a hamster wheel if you're pushing Pan-Africanism. You are definitely on a hamster wheel.
That didn't happen. And then we tried in the 1800s and 1900s. And here we are in 2023 having
Black
the same
perfectly put.
discussions about the same thing. I'm tired, Dr. Wimbush. Like, I'm tired. And Dr. Baba Baruch.
Right. So isn't insanity defined as doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different outcome? So trying Pan-Africanism over and over and over and expecting a different outcome than an L or failure is insanity. So a new solution came about. It's called ADOS FBA. And you guys are fighting the new solution, the new alternative. You guys are fighting it. You want to be on that hamster wheel with the Pan-Africanism bullshit.
He calls it revolutionary burnout. And he
okay,
said,
Tyrone, yes, I agree with you then. filtering. So let me give. He said me and Alquan went on her panel, and she blocked us from asking her. Wow, okay, that makes sense. Because Tyron, she emailed me and she promised she would come over on my panel and it'll be lovely and all. And she 2-3 months later, nothing but excuses not to come on. So I definitely believe you, Tyron. Let me give Tyron a lineage wrench. Let me make him a moderator, like the video, Tyron.
It happens, but I'm like, we have the same. We're fighting the same fight. It's the same fight, and it's 2023. It gets frustrating sometimes, Dr. Wimbush. So what are your thoughts about that? Like I said, I'm a student of history. So I see what's happening and I'm looking at people think this stuff is new. And I said, none of this stuff. You know how they say in the Bible is nothing new under the sun. It's nothing new under the sun.
No, there are new solutions. Meet the YouTubers. They said, salute to the family FB all day. Let me make you a moderator and give you lineage ranks. Same thing for you. Meet the YouTubers, like the video, subscribe. Hit the notification bell to know when we live again. Because, man, lately I've been going live 3 times a day. So different topics. So I've been grinding. I've been really, really grinding. So let me get some love from the grind. You could like, super chat, cash app. That's the way to love the grind. But I'm definitely all in.
The same struggle that has been going on is still going on. And you get to a point sometimes when you're studying history, you just see the cycle.
Yeah, Target Bay is another one. But he's gonna be easier. Like I don't want somebody that goofy. I want somebody who's actually gonna. I see him debate other FBAs. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do a review. Thank you for reminding me, Tyron. I'm gonna do a review on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do that. Instead of doing Diaspora Wars later, I'm gonna do a review with Taharka Bay debating. He debated 3 FBA dudes on different days, different videos. So thank you. You just reminded me. The next live I do today, 3-4 o'clock, I'm gonna do it on Taharka Bay debating an FBA person. We're gonna pick apart his logical fallacies and his weak arguments. And most of the FBA brothers that he usually debate, they usually cook them. Okay.
And it's disheartening. So my question to you, Dr. Wimbush, is how do you cope with that?
Well, I would say Tyron, in defense to Tariq knows how to separate business from like personal. So he knows that she's a hater. But if you, like, for example, when he did the hip hop documentary, Tyron, yes, there's gonna be coon hip hop pioneers. But that don't mean you don't use the information about hip hop. Like, no, you like that's what makes your video, your documentary validated. You can't skip people who were instrumental, who have like some valuable knowledge on the subject. So we did it with white folks. Like we work with white people. Like we don't I'm talking about racist white people, not the average white person. We work with racist white people. Like, do we quit because they're racist? Like, no. Like, I'm here for a reason. It's a check. It's maybe 401k and benefits, and that's it. I'm gonna get what I need out of this job and these racist bastards, and I'm out. So, and I'm a chess teacher, so that's what it's about. It's about everybody on the board has a different function, and each piece is less valued than the other ones. Let me give you a perfect example. Okay. So let me give you guys a perfect analogy of what I'm saying with chess. You can compare this to chess. All right. I'm gonna give you an analogy that you guys never heard before in your life. I know you didn't. Most of you. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, now it's just one. Okay, board editor. Okay. So family, we got some lineage love in the super chat. Black Sand $99. He says they know Africa is dead. The USA is a lifeboat, right? So now let me show this. Now, a lot of you guys don't know this about chess, but this is how I cope with life. I treat everybody like a chess piece. Okay. I'm talking about everybody in my life is a chess piece. Everybody in your life is a chess piece. Okay. Watch this. This analogy, most of you guys never heard this chess analogy before, and you can see how I'm a thorough chess teacher. Like I do this. Okay. That's you. You're the king, right? You're the king of your world. Now watch this. This is true. You never heard this stuff, but it's this. You can Google it. Okay, each pawn is worth one. Oh shit, I got it on white. Let me change the color. Each pawn in chess is worth 1 point. Okay, the knights right there, all the knights are worth 3 points. All the bishops are worth 3 points. All the rooks are worth 5 points. All the queens are worth 9 points. You only get one queen, by the way. So you can see the value system of each piece is different. Okay. The king is you. Like there's no point system. You're priceless. All right. So now what I'm saying is, family, the people in your life, you got to put a value system on them. Like how valuable are they in your life? Some people are just worth 1 point and they're just sacrifices. Like that job or that coworker, that's 1 point. Like they're not at all in your life valuable. They're sacrificial. But you use the pawn to win the game. Now, if you got to level one go, you let one go, but you're using this pawn to win the game. So you can use that person that don't bring no value to you in your life. You could use them to accomplish a goal, even though they're not valued at all in your life. Knights are 3-3, 5 is the rook. So these are more like siblings right here, close friends, and the 9 will be like your mother, wife, husband, kids, and the king is 0. So I look at everybody like that in my life. I look at everybody as a chess piece. How can I use you to gain, to get where I need to be in life? Okay, closer to my goal. And if I can't use you at all, then you're not even 1 point, you're 0. So therefore, there's no communication between us two. So you got to at least have some type of value for me, right? I got to value you somewhat. If I can't value, I can't use you. Therefore, there's no communication, there's nothing, no relationship, nothing. And family, some people value just a phone call. Like you are stressing, you need to vent, right? You need to vent. And we all do that. We call somebody just to vent. Like and a lot of times they don't even be a close friend. It just be a somebody who's willing to give you the ear. Sometimes we're driving home late or we got a long ride. You'll call that person for that long ride. The combo be weak as hell, goofy, but it helps you get home. It helps speed up time. So those people be 1 point in your life. But chess is analogous to real life. And so I teach kids a different way. That's how I show grown-ups, like adults. But kids, I use the point system differently. Probably with schoolwork. All right, so I hope that resonated. So yeah. So you look at it like that. Look at Dr. Mayat. Maybe he's seeing her as 1 point, just a pawn. I'm gonna use her information in this documentary to give it some validation, and then kick her out the damn circle.
Student of history, right?
Black
and
Sans
then you listen to people.
Black Sans said, I got a drink buddy. You see? Exactly. So, and if that's all that person is worth, then that person just 1 pawn. He's a sacrificial pawn. He's a sacrificial pawn.
Propose solutions that we tried in the 1800s that didn't work. Or they're ignorant of the solutions that our ancestors have proposed that we never implemented. You know, it's just like how do you deal with that being a student of history?
Yeah, I didn't catch Fresh from the beginning, so I couldn't tell you if the analogy was there or not. But Fresh, when I did watch Fresh, when I did catch it, it seemed pretty dope. I just hate that it was so negative.
Does it get frustrating at times, Dr. Wimbush?
Well, yes, it does. And I think the reason why it gets frustrating, look, I'm going to say something very,
Right, Salita.
Lamar Burton said it a long time, reading is fundamental.
Come on.
Yeah, but the king is you. CRU. The king is actually you. All right. You're the king. Now the most valuable person in your life, it could be plural or singular. That's the queen. So the king is you, right? It can never be nobody else. The king is always you. And everybody else is just people in your life and how valuable they are to you, right? So your kids and your husband or wife will probably be your queen. Right. So don't get caught up on the name king and queen. because the queen is that's a female woman name, but she's the strongest piece on the chessboard. Nobody can beat her. Like she can cause more damage than any chess piece out there. You actually could win a game just with the queen and another piece, but the queen got to be evolved. You can't win the game early without the queen. The queen, if you want to, I mean, there's a way to do it, but it's like never happens like that. But the queen will normally be involved in any game that ends quickly. The queen is normally involved, and you won't end the queen early. I mean, you won't end the game early without the queen in most quick games.
And a lot of us are, I'm going to give you a tangible example. I had a friend of mine, and she told me how.
He about to babble. So D, aka Brother Huey, says the whole point from the pawn to the queen is to die for the cause. When it comes to what color chess piece you have, no control of that, only control of the strategy. Right. Yeah, true. I agree with D. In the 1600s, white society saw us as pawns or first or ones, right? Correct, for laying. Exactly. That's a great analogy to show the opposite end, how we were seen as pawns when white supremacy wanted to build their world. Sacrificial. Great. Bro, queen and castle. Yeah, but when you say castle, you mean the rooks. So castling is actually a real thing in chess. And I know people nickname the rooks a castle, but they're called rooks. Castling is a maneuver with that involves the king and one rook. I just like mitochondrial DNA or of the FBA system. Yeah. Okay, so but the point is, you gotta get the analogy I made. That's great.
She was debating this sister on line, and the sister said, "Well,
yeah, exactly. D. The pawns are the only piece that can actually change to something else, and pawns are the only piece that cannot go backwards. They got to keep going. They got to keep marching forward.
Where do you get your information?" And my friend said, "I get my information from books and studying." And she said, "That's the problem. The other, that's the problem." And so she said, "Well, where do you get your information from?" "I get it from the internet." Like that was superior to doing systematic study of it.
It can be, if you could use the internet correctly. Yeah, you could get the information way faster than a guy reading a book, and your background probably noisy or unstable. Yeah, so no. This is 2025. There's a great chance you don't have to read one book. You could do an audio book. You feel me? That's the internet, right? Isn't the audio books internet? So this point he's making is just goofy.
Everything. What I'm finding, this is my 50th year of teaching higher education. I started in 1973.
What do you teach?
And this is 2023. I've seen an erosion of students, and I'm talking about young people.
Come on, I see it. Mediocrity.
And this is my biggest criticism of young people.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to her.
That they don't read anymore, or they read stuff like I've asked students, "When's the last time you read a book?" I've had people say, "I've read coffee table books." They'll say they've read something by Terry McMillan. Ain't bad if you want to read a novel, but if you say something about Amos Wilson, like you casually mention Amos Wilson or Malefia Sante or John Henry Clark, they're clueless about who those people are, and they haven't read. So their subject, and the internet, while it can be it's a tool, it's not a final word. You have to use the internet like you would use a hammer or a screwdriver or a pair of pliers. You use it to understand, but you don't use it as a final source unless it's been verified. So what I find, the reason why we keep repeating the same thing is because each generation says what I'm doing is totally different, because they think they haven't read anything about the past. They haven't read history. So I've asked people who are like, I don't want to call names like the FBA and other groups like that, ADOS, but they will say, "I never heard of Callie House. I've never heard of Queen Mother Moore or Belinda or Mum Beth." And if you don't
If they
know
didn't, so
history,
what?
like Malcolm said, it's our best teacher. He didn't say it was one of our best teacher. It is our best teacher. So we keep repeating something simply because we don't know what has happened in the past. And then every once in a while, we'll have unique people emerge, like a Marcus Garvey.
Oh
You
my
know,
God.
like
Yeah, I would love to talk to them about Marcus Garvey. Why is that the name everybody uses? And when you use that name, it exposes you. Like, but you're supposed to read all those books, right? You read all those books. How do you conclude Marcus Garvey is the first name or any name you should ever reference when it comes to doing something great for the people?
because we don't know what has happened in the past. And then every once in a while, we'll have unique people emerge, like a Marcus Garvey.
Oh my God. I would love to talk to him too, Dr. Raymond Winbush. I would love to talk to him.
You know, like a
Or the other
Malcolm.
brother, this other crazy guy right here. This Dr. Oba. I would love to talk to him. But I could tell he's gonna crash out. I feel like he's gonna be the one to crash out. The Dr. Oba guy.
Max, who will start
He
us
lesson
off
in
in a
failure and
different
fraud.
direction. But those people know their history. And many
Right.
of us right
As
now
first
don't.
class
I've
citizen.
had students right now, and I hate to say this reflects on Morgan State,
And they
where I
always got students. They always got students. Always got students.
teach, but
They
they'll
got
say,
books and students. But can we see these students, man? These invisible students. Can we ever see them? These invisible students. Can we see them one time?
Doc, the earth is flat. And they believe that. They believe it. And they'll say, Kyrie Irving said it was flat. Shaquille O'Neal said it was flat. So I guess if somebody says something that's half, and I said, well, what if you said, have you ever, been more than 30,000 feet in the air? No, I haven't. I've seen the curvature of the earth. Well, it's not that it's
get past this.
the discussion about why the earth is flat. I've heard Black folk, and I know I'm going to step on some of the people that might be in the chat room, but they'll say, well, we are the original Americans.
All right. So, family, according to Pan-Africanists, nobody knows how to study, how to read. Nobody picks up books, only Pan-Africans. And you can go to anybody. You can go to any cycle. You could go to Professor Grift. You could go to Baba Smalls. All of the Pan-Africanists. When somebody challenges them, they will all assume you don't read, you don't study. They all will say that. Okay. And that's just a projection because when you talk to them, just watch my video with Pan-African James. It was embarrassing. This guy didn't even know he's arguing about FBA is irrelevant and no. But the dude never even heard of the word ethnogenesis. He's calling us African and all these things and never heard of ethnogenesis. Like, wow. And other things he didn't know what delineate means. There's a whole bunch of things. Like, how do you come in our spaces? How do you challenge us but don't know it's our words that we use and what they mean? So we FBA ADOS, we revived the reparation debate from obscurity. We, not the Cobras and narcs and all these fools. We got California Task Force passed. We got to pass. We got to pass, and we recentered the legal discussion around lineage. That was us. These nobody nothing burgers. They try to have California look at it as a racial thing, and they was willing to pay people based on their race, pay the residents because they're just black, whatever that means. We said nah. You got to prove ancestry, and California said, yeah, you know what, you're right. That does make more sense. So they was willing to pay out a couple $100,000 to those who can prove that they come from the line of people enslaved. All right. So we did that. That's called progress. That's not called ignorance from this old fool. Pan-Africanists, they had hundreds of years, 50 years, and they stalled reparations by making it too vague. Race-based is a nothing burger, and this is why they got nothing done. Zero. They talk about reparations all day long, but can't point out to any W's. Again, California's task force was passed because of us, and we made them look at lineage-based payouts and not race-based payouts. That's us. They're jealous of that.
Native American. I said, well, what happened to Africa? Because we know that all life originated in Africa. Right. I mean, anthropologists have proven this and paleontologists years ago. Well, we were born in this country. We originated in this country. Then we went to Africa. And then some of us were captured and brought back here as enslaved people. I mean, some of this stuff is, you know, Ivan Van Sertima and people like that. Of course, there were Africans in this country 10,000 years ago. No doubt about that. Ivan Van Sertima said, have you read anything by Ivan Van Sertima? Who is that? They haven't read. And so they keep saying they're open to these kind of wild.
Who is that? That's a nothing burger. I know who he is. That's a guy who takes us to take you guys to Egypt all the time. A nothing burger guy. Nothing burger. We don't need to know who he is.
Wild ideas of flat earth and
hold on. So we got Let's Get It 004 in the building. $1.99 super chat. Lineage Love is in the building. FBA, we don't run away at all.
We originated in this country. I don't even want to say.
No, we qualified as just the anti-intellectual movement happening right now in the community.
Right.
That's what's happening. It's literally an anti-intellectual movement taking place. And you know what? You know, when I hear foolishness like that, Dr. Wimbush, you know what I say? Turn off YouTube.
That's right.
Turn off. I say, brother, sister. And I talk to my students, my brothers, my sisters. Yeah, I'm your professor and all that. Brother, sister. Who are you listening to? Oh, Doc, it's a YouTuber, a YouTuber by the name of I'm just trying to make it up. Yeah, Zaka Chaka Chaka, right? This YouTuber I've been listening to talked about, and they made some really good points. And in my mind, I'm thinking to an ignorant person or a foolish person, it sounds intelligent. It sounds intelligent when you lack critical thinking skills.
Hey, Doc, if your students, now you're a professor, if your student chose to listen to a random person on the internet, on YouTube, over you, and you are the professor, Doc, that is shaming you. Okay. As a chess teacher, none of my students go, and the internet's still there. Okay, the way I teach it, that's how they learn it. Okay, I tell them, hey, you can learn whatever you want on your own, but when you come to me and when you play in tournaments, I better see my strategies. I better see my offense. I better see my defense. You dig? Because I could work on the flaws, right, that you messed up on, you didn't remember. But if you try something else, yeah, that's all you. That's all you. So yeah, the fact that her students are accepting YouTube weirdos information over her, they're probably listening to Mountain Dew. You know how about Mountain Dew? If your students are preferring him over you, then you need to choose a different career path. That means you are horrible as a professor. That means with the information you bring in, they don't take serious. At all. Oh, okay. I'm like, why the hell my Cash App thing keep moving? That's because I keep unsharing.
Skills.
That's right.
You know, and so I tell, you know, I was on a live stream last Friday with my students. And for those of you who did not see that live stream, go back and check it out. Matter of fact, what I'll do is I'll drop the link in the chat. So you all can go back. I had my students on there, and I talked about the importance of developing critical thinking skills, because critical thinking skills will guard you against the misinformation and disinformation that you see online. But if you're a person who lack critical thinking skills, I know everybody say, I can think. Now, 95% of y'all ain't thinking, okay? And then to say critically thinking, that's another layer. You know what I mean? Now, I tell my students all the time, I say, we believe and feel more than we think. Thinking is a skill.
Exactly.
Thinking is a skill. Most of us feel and believe more than we think. And so I tell people that our greatest, I guess, protection, right? Our strongest protection against this misinformation.
Yeah, they always do that. Misinformation. Like Sean C said something that I want to piggyback on. Yeah, we don't do that over here. We don't be like, yo, these guys are dumb. They can't critically think. We just say the information you got is wrong, is whack. And if you stand on it, then you're dumb. Right. But we give it a chance that you just came across bad information. We don't pretend that we do the only, like these guys. We don't pretend that we're the only readers. You don't read critical, all this dumb shit she talking about. No, we don't do that. Because when you do that, you position yourself as somebody who knows it all, who knows the right way, and therefore you're the example. Okay. But all this confidence she has when she's on her panel with Pan-Africans, ma'am, we talked through email. She was supposed to come over here 3 months ago. She's not here, and she keep running and doing her own shows, and it just. But then, okay, well, show us. Come over here and show us how we're wrong, right? Show us how FBAs are wrong. We need to be globalists. We need to worry about Africa and forget about America, and we need to live in the Caribbean, like the dude Randall Robinson. Show us how our logic is stupid. Show us how to delineate means it makes no sense. Show us that. Show us how great. Prove to us how great Marcus Garvey was. And she got my email. Like we supposed to have this talk, but apparently somebody got to her. Like, hey, don't go over there. My man gonna cook the shit out you. He's gonna know more about Pan-Africanism than you, Dr. Mayat. Don't go over there. And you damn sure can't touch him on FBA talking points. So, yeah, Dr. Mott, if you don't want to ruin your credibility on this internet thing, do not go over there. And guess what? It don't even got to be like that. Let's just have an honest conversation. It don't got to be rah-rah or war debate. We're just going to talk about random, simple things. I'm going to ask her, hey, where do you think, I'm going to ask her to define Pan-Africanism as she see it fit, because obviously the definition changes depending upon who you talk to. And then after that, I'm going to ask her, where do you think the origins of Pan-African started at? That's all. Like simple things like that. And then I'm going to ask her about the translated slave trade, which she already admits. She already admit that Africans sold us. So I'm going to say, and then somehow we'll get to reparations, and then we'll get to Africa, like why African American, not Black American. You dig? But that's all. It's just asking her questions, coming down the timeline, and then we'll get to Garvey, and then we will, eventually come to 2025. You feel me? And that's all. That's the conversation I want to have with her and most Pan-Africanists, most Africans. Same thing, same line of questions. So it won't really change. So it only becomes a rah-rah debate is when they want to deny simple history.
And disinformation that we see online is developing critical thinking skills. And I'm not talking about the lowest level of thinking where you just remember and regurgitate. I'm talking about being able to understand, analyze, evaluate, right? Apply those higher order thinking skills that aren't being
She said, and you're right. That is crazy work. Salita American Indian said, got to make a run, so I am switching to my phone family. Okay. Definitely be safe out there. Shansi says, these so-called intellectuals are afraid to talk to people like you. Exactly. Because when they get over here, they don't really sound too bright. All those books in their background, You'd be like, well, damn, did you read any of them? You know, so, but again, like, if we're so dumb, irrational, unreasonable, and we don't have logical sense, then come over here and show it. Prove it.
Cultivated in the food system, you know.
I totally agree with you. And see, you know, Dr. Maad, it gets to a point that is very difficult sometimes to even talk to somebody who they don't have those critical skills. You know, John Henry Clark said, in one sense, he said, I debate my equals, all others I teach.
Come on.
And sometimes you can't debate with somebody. You know, it's like talking Greek in a Chinese restaurant in France. You just can't connect with the person.
No. You can connect. You just don't want to have that discussion. You just don't want to have that discussion. Let me see. Okay.
Any level, because they haven't read it.
Yeah. We haven't read anything. Don't know anything about us, but we haven't read anything. They don't want to be challenged, because so apparently when people speak like that, apparently they were challenged at some point and the information did not stand up and their feelings were hurt. That's what normally happens when people make that type of comment.
Anything.
Right.
So it's really difficult to do that.
Yeah, and then they got the nerve to want to debate you. Like, I'm with Dr. John Henry Clark. They want to debate you, and then you, like you said, how can we connect? You're not even well read, and it's no disrespect. It's not me being condescending. It's no disrespect. It's just we're not in the same. You know, we're not in the same arena. We're not. Everyone. I always say this to my students. We're all on a journey, and some of us are just in different places.
That's right.
And that's okay. You know, that's okay. We're all on this journey that we call life. And some of us are in different periods of our life. Because I'm sure, Dr. Wimbush, if you had a conversation with me, you know, 20 years ago, you'd have said, oh my goodness, what is this girl thinking? I mean, you know, like, you know, where is she at? But I was in a different place, a different space than I am now. And so, you know, so that's why some folks, I'm telling you, I just don't engage at times, because I know that I'm dealing with an ignorant person or a foolish person. And I don't mind ignorance. And then sometimes that I want to say this, foolish and arrogantly foolish, you know, and those are the fools I want to stay away from. Now, if you're ignorant, I don't mind, because if you're ignorant and you're teachable, then I can teach you. But when you're arrogant and you're foolish, I'm learning. And it's hard sometimes, Baba. Sometimes I entertain the trolls. It's hard. But you know, when you're arrogant and foolish, you know, I walk away. Doc, I want to close on this note. What are your thoughts about people? Because it's this narrative that's being spread on the internet that African people don't like us. They don't view us the same. They don't like us. And I laugh when I hear it, because I've been to the continent, you know, a few times.
Oh, okay. So your anecdotal experience is going to show us how they like us, right? Okay.
I'll be going back again.
And when I say they, I'm not making them one big African. I'm saying, but we're not going to pretend like some of them don't have an issue with us. Okay, we're not going to do that though, right, Dr. Mayatz?
Either in May or August, I plan on going back and doing some work over there. And every time that I've gone over there, I've been treated with nothing but respect. Now, were there times when I got over there, the brothers trying to sell you stuff? Oh, here's my mud cloth. Here's this, here's that, here's this, here's that. And it irritated me, absolutely. You know, but more than likely, when 9 times out of 10, Doc, when I'm there, I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, because they see you as a dollar. They don't see you as a sister from the long lost tribe. They see you as a dollar. And a kata with a dollar.
Do I believe that there is an element of African people who don't view us as they view themselves? Absolutely. But I think that is foolish. And I also think that it's ignorant to condemn an entire continent of people.
We never do that. We never do that. We never condemn, again, gaslighting, straw manning. We never condemn an entire continent. We say rioters. Okay, we say that's why. That's why. You know, if she was to come over here, it's like, what do you mean? Like, so we condemn. Well, if we condemn an entire continent of people, then why do we say there's African rioters? Wouldn't they be condemned as tethers as well? So this, it's she's not making sense.
Based on an element of people who don't see us the same. But what are your thoughts on it?
Well, you know, I was in Ghana a few years ago. A colleague of mine at the University of Ghana, and it was interesting. He said, "Well, you know," and I was talking to him about how, you know, many American Africans say that, you know, Africans don't like it, and he said, "Well, you know, there's a tribe here in Ghana and other parts of Western Africa called the Iban tribe." I said, Iban tribe. I had heard of the Awe and the Asante people, Yoruba, but I had never heard of the Iban tribe. He said, yeah, they say, I've been to, you know, Europe, I've been to Italy, I've been to England, that was the tribe. And he said, many of the Africans that come over here, not all, but many of them are from the wealthier classes, and they tend to look down on not only those who are, you know, American, but even among themselves. So I don't, you know, I've been to the continent, I don't know, 11 or 12 times, all parts of it. And I've never been treated badly. And I've never heard anybody saying to me, I hate Black Americans and all this stuff like this. I think sometimes, you know, this stuff is spread by the system of white supremacy to make us dislike each other. Just like in this country, we
see, to even come to that conclusion, you're disrespecting us. Now, we know that those Africans to get to America, it's 100% fact that they are screened. Nobody can deny that these folks are not screened. Like, you're not gonna catch those goddamn what they call the Muslims that's trying to that's warm with Ibrahim Traore. What's the Muslims called? I got a brain freeze. Injaz, the Muslims that's warm with I get a brain freeze. Let me see. Insurgents, it's a word. What jihadists? There we go. Jihadists. I couldn't think of it. Jihadist group. Okay. So family, none of those jihadists coming to America. Right? None of them jihadists coming to America. So we know white supremacy screens Africa. Okay. They pick the right people with the right mentality. They don't screen us. So if we want to go to Africa or the Caribbean or Australia, they don't screen us to make sure we're coons before we leave the country. But they screen those Africans, okay, and they screen the Mexicans, they screen Chinese people, Indians, they screen everybody. Everybody is screened before they come here. So to sit there and say, "Oh, it goes both ways," like, dude, you're a liar, man. Radical FBAs go to Africa, coons go to Africa, super religious folks go to Africa, all type of FBAs go to Africa. We're not screened, but they are screened before they come here. They are filtered before they come here. Ain't no jihadists coming over here. Guarantee that.
we start looking at divisions.
Because those jihadists, they're not gonna be team white supremacy at all. Those jihadists will not be team white supremacy.
Oh, they so country. I'm from the city. You know, UAKA.
You don't eat our kids. You are hilarious.
You know, mega sci-fi. We are always looking for divisions, and we need to.
Robert Brown's peace, man. Robert Brown says it's sad to see Dr. Mayat sacrifice her reputation and channel on the swore if Pan-Africanism, and she's avoiding the live with you because she knows she can't win a debate against you on the topic. A peace first, I beast. Exactly, but check this out. It don't even have to be a debate. Let's just have a honest conversation about Pan-Africanism and FBAs. That's all. Let's just talk it out. Because in one breath, she'll say she's FBA and Black American, and then another breath, she'll act like she's not, and she just full Pan-Africanist. So it's like, yo, let's just have an honest discussion. See, but that's not going to happen because she already bragged about the book she got in her background. See, so that means that she can't be wrong when she talks to me. Because in my background, you don't see a whole bunch of books. You see, at halftime, I'm in like a diner. Like once the family support the cash, I'm gonna go to a diner and get some coffee and bagels with my son, and I'm gonna kick back, cut the laptop on, and do a live. Now I'm gonna do a live on Tarka Bay debating an FBA person. I'm gonna do a recap on that instead of Diaspora Wars. Yeah. So but my background is gonna be a diner. Okay, I don't got to show 1,000 books to prove to you I know what I'm talking about. I think when I start talking, you're gonna hear what I read on my tongue. Pause. So yeah, man. She already agreed to have the conversation with me. She reneged. She took a rain check. She ignored me. That is where her credibility go out the window because I can show her the email exchange. When I give her time, oh, it's too early. I give her another time. Hey, I'm at work. Oh, I can't make it. Then I would simply ask her, okay, well, give me a time when you're available. Give me a day when you're available, and I'll try to cater to you. Nothing burgers. So I'm like, okay. And then I see her live at the time she said she wasn't available. I'll see her live, or I'll see her on somebody else's panel, and the panel got like 10 people watching. So it's like, wait. So you avoided a genuine conversation with me with 100, 200 people watching to do a bullshit, to join a bullshit panel talking about nonsense with just 10 people watching you for 2 hours. So 2 hours worth of crappy content, 10 people were watching. Okay. If that's what you want, you know what I mean? So all this book read, we're stupid, we don't read books. Okay.
To be looking for
she got a hold to that
we can unite on. There are bad Africans, but there's bad American Africans too. It doesn't mean that, and to condemn an entire group of people based on maybe one experience that you have had doesn't make any sense. That's non-thinking behavior.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. Should I condemn,
right,
I mean, shoot, I live in Baltimore.
Yeah,
I live in Baltimore. We live in Baltimore.
And then her man came over here. Don't forget, her man came over here to try me, and I cooked him. He denied that Africans sold us to slavery to white people, which was stupid, because he was on the same panel with Dr. Mayat, who said Africans did sell us. I'm like, what? How do you argue against something you acquiesce to? Stupid.
I'm acting like you somewhere else. We right in Baltimore.
That's right.
And I cut on the news every day, and women, you got women, children, elders being caught up in crossfire because these brothers out here shooting and carrying on. So should I just condemn all black men and say, you know what? Based on what I see in Baltimore,
she's gaslighting.
No,
family.
It's like, it's crazy. Or the sisters, there's sisters out here that are running wild and doing some reckless stuff. So should we just say all black women are? No. And so it's the same thing, like you said, with the brothers and sisters over there. You got bad people anywhere that you go. So and I don't know.
Yeah, but that was a straw man argument. We never said all of Africa, or we never condemned all of Africa. So they're like debating amongst themselves now. We never said that, and now she's debating an argument we never proposed.
Why we think Dr. Wimbush that is different when we go to the continent. So, for example, there were some brothers and sisters in 2019. I went to Ghana with them. And we were staying at, I want to say it's called One Africa. Was
it in Accra?
Yeah, it was in Cape Coast.
Cape Coast, okay.
Cape Coast, One Africa. And it was like, a sister, she repatriated there with her husband.
Okay, family. So I knew what I was, so like I said, the PDF is ready to email, but I did want to add one more thing in there. and that was what Tariq Nasheed means when he says delineate. So I'm gonna put that in there, and then I'm gonna send the PDF to everybody who requested the PDF. Free.
Yeah. She repatriated there with her husband. He ended up transitioning, and she's still there. She's in her 80s.
Yes.
And she actually has a school called Acoma Academy over there, Acoma Academy of Sciences there. But anyway, when we were there were some brothers who, while we were there, they didn't lock up their, I guess.
We got Abby Do in the building. He got the salute. So I'm assuming you're on code with us. So I'm gonna make you a moderator, give you a Lineage rent, subscribe, and like the video, notification bell. We got Yoav. I don't know if you're a supporter with the Lineage, CRU in the building. But let us know, Yoav. Let us know if you were of the Lineage supporter or just a first time observer.
It was a bungalow that I would call it the bungalow. They didn't lock it. They didn't secure it. They went to sleep at night. And so he said, peace, doctor, peace to your family. I see Sister Donnell Williams is in the building. Another
How the hell it go to the beginning? Let me go back.
And those are the fools I want to stay away from. Now, if you're ignorant, I don't mind, because if you're yes, the same. But what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I was in Ghana a few years ago.
Okay,
a colleague of mine. I've been to England.
Hey, should I condemn? I mean, shoot, I live in Baltimore. Think, Dr. Wimbush, that is different when we go to the continent. So, for example, there were some brothers and sisters.
Okay, that's where we were.
The bungalow. They didn't lock it. They didn't secure it. They went to sleep at night, and some people ran up there and took their stuff. Right. Mm-hmm. So we asked them. We said, "Well, would you have done that in the States if you were somewhere, like if you were in Baltimore or Atlanta or Dallas or wherever, Oakland, wherever, right, wherever, Chicago? Would you have stayed in a bungalow and not locked up your stuff?" No, I wouldn't have done that. So when we're over here, why didn't you secure your stuff? So like you said, Doc, it's bad people everywhere. And we can't say, oh, they just because they don't like black people, that's why they stole our stuff. No, it's bad people everywhere, and things happen. And so you can't condemn everybody based on. I even had some bad experiences. I laid out a Nigerian lady at the post office because she had disrespected an elder that was in front of me. I laid her out. But I'm not going to condemn all Nigerian people based on that experience, with her. And we have
yes, she's giving a reverse argument. That's actually a tether argument. A tether argument would say they watched the movie or they seen one black American do something and they label us all Akatas. So she's giving a reverse argument. It's like, what are you talking about? That's what they say they do with us. They watch a movie or the music. They make up a whole bunch of excuses to condemn the whole lineage. What is she talking about, Ryan?
Habit, Dr. Wimbush, of doing that. And so anyway, Doc, can we talk about your books? I know I have you 5 more minutes. Talk about your books again. Tell us about every book that you've written, a little blurb really quickly, and then we'll close out, Dr. Wimbush.
Well, I've written 4 books. The first one was The Warrior Method. It's a book about black boys, about how to raise healthy black boys. After that, I did Should America Pay, which we've talked about. It's a book about reparations. And I followed that because some people said, Should America Pay is big and I got to study that. So I said, okay, let me write a book about a sister, 240 years ago who got reparations and make it simple. And so that was Belinda's petition. And my latest book is about my dear friend who made her transition a few years ago, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. I gathered together a group of people who knew Dr. Welsing, and what I did, told them to each write a chapter about her, and they did. So those are the 4 books. I'm thinking about writing a book right now for children to understand white supremacy. It's in the making right now.
Family, that's all they do is write books. They don't get nothing done at all. They just write books all day long. Nobody ever buys them. They're not on Amazon. They just sell them to each other. All those books behind each of them are just pretty much self-published books by Pan-Africanists. That's all they do is write books and just sell them to each other. It's like a bartering system of like, just imagine you have, let's say corn, I have corn. It's like, and we just trade the corn. It's like, what just happened? We just traded corn to each other. And that's them with those books. Like, yo, y'all just traded books again. It's the same subject. He's gonna write a book to educate little kids about, say it again.
Dr. Welsing, and what I did, told them to each write a chapter about her, and they did. I gathered together a group of people who knew Dr. Welsing, and what I did, told them to each write a chapter about her, and they did. So those are the four books. I'm thinking about writing a book right now for children to understand white supremacy. It's in the making right now.
If you write that book, Dr. Wimbush, let me know.
And the books are always the same. He's gonna write a book for children to understand white supremacy. Really, bro? Come on, man. And then they're gonna write a book on Marcus Garvey, the legacy of Marcus Garvey, edition 25. You dig? Volume 19. And then they're gonna have a book on Malcolm X, and then they're gonna have a book on Pan-Africanism, and then they're gonna have a book on the conference they went to. It'd be the same stories in these books. Jesse Paris, aka Shay and Kruma, peace to you. Books be a copy and paste. Yeah, book barter system. That's what they do. They got a book barter system. He wrote a book. She's gonna write a book. Now look, she's gonna act like she's so interested in this book, teaching little kids about white supremacy. Look at this
book right now for children. I gathered together a
this is
group
embarrassing.
of people who knew Dr. Welsing, and what I did, told them to each write a chapter about her, and they did. So those are the four books. I'm thinking about writing a book right now for children to understand white supremacy.
Oh
it's
my
in
God.
the making right now.
If you write that book, Dr. Wimbush, let me know, because I have a company, Ed Enemy Productions, and that's what we do. We create educational content for children.
Really?
And so we
now what she's gonna do is she's gonna offer her services and regret it. You hear him say, really? He's gonna be like, well, actually, I got 9 books I'm writing. So yeah, that's what you don't do. You don't just offer your service. You say, really? Okay, all right. Well, when you ask him, like, so how you go about publishing your books? You ask him where he's at and then what he's missing, then you offer your services. But you never know. Like maybe his publishing company that he goes through is too expensive. Now you offer your services. You're like, oh shit. All right, well, actually, I got 9 books I need to get done by, October 27th. You think you can help me out with that?
book, Dr. Wimbush, let me know, because I have a company, Ed Enemy Productions, and that's what we do. We create educational content for children.
Really?
And so we have books, we have films, we have all kinds of stuff, Dr. Wimbush. And so I'll send you some links to check it out. But when you write it, I would definitely like to grab, at least maybe 100 copies from you when you write it and put it out there.
Well, guess what? He's going to just print 100 copies. Yo, she said, when you write this book, now watch, he going to make that book cost $90 damn. She said, she's going to grab 100 copies. He like, oh, okay, shit, that book is $90. And I'm only going to print 100 books. I told you, they just sell to each other. That's it.
Put it out.
Really?
And so we have books, we have films, we have all kinds of stuff, Dr. Wimbush. And so I'll send you some links to check it out. But when you write it, I would definitely like to grab, at least maybe 100 copies from you when you write it and put it out there, put it out there and promote it. And so I appreciate all that. But where can we find your books? Where can we find it?
Well, you're gonna find it on your shit, on your website. You just said, you dig? He gonna publish all his books on your website. You just messed up. But you're gonna buy 100 copies of his book. Don't know the price, nothing. I guarantee he's gonna just print 100 copies. That's it. And he's gonna have the books cost $90. Hey, Dr. Mount, you said on your channel you'll cop 100. So they cost 100. So cop 100 of the 100. I'm gonna hold you to your word, Dr. Mayat.
I always encourage people to go to black bookstores, but you know, there's so many black bookstores that are closing now. You can find them on Amazon and places like that, but try to buy them from a black author, you know, a black bookstore somewhere in this country, even though many of them are closing.
So does Everyone's Place carry all of your books? Like if I go to Baba Nati and say, give me everything that Dr. Raymond Whittenbush wrote, does he have it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, family.
He
look.
did a few months ago.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, family, look, I'm going to put.
He did a few months ago. Then he got rid of your damn books. You just catch that? He did a few months ago, and nobody was buying them since he got rid of them.
Somewhere in this country, even though many of them are closing.
So does Everyone's Place carry all of your books? Like if I go to Baba Nati and say, give me everything that Dr. Raymond Whittenbush wrote, does he have it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, family. Look.
He did a few months ago.
Okay. Okay. Well, family, look, I'm going to put Everyone's Place. I'm going to put Everyone's Place information.
Salida American Indian said at a bonfire, but you can find all of his books
in the chat. Family, they ship around the world. Okay, they ship everywhere. Everyone's Place, right here, African Cultural Center in Baltimore. This is their telephone number, family, and you can order. Here you go. Hold on, I just grabbed it. This is Everyone's Place telephone number. You can call them and place an order. Okay. You can place an order, your order on the phone, and they'll ship everywhere. I mean, they even ship into the prisons. I've actually went down there and had some books shipped to some brothers in the prison. So make sure, family, that you get his books. Get his books. And Doc, when you write another one, let me know. Let me know, because I definitely wanted that. I think that would be a dynamic book. Like, what books out there do we have to teach our children? I mean, we talk about it, but our children, so that they understand what is racism, what is white supremacy, like what is it? And so I think that would be, think it would be phenomenal.
And you've got white people writing books like Harry Potter to teach young white people to be racist. And I know that's a controversial saying, but I could deconstruct Harry Potter for you and look at how it teaches white supremacy.
I would love to bring you back and we talk about that, maybe in a couple of weeks after the semester. And I know it's like the semester's hectic, but after the
family, this interview was 2 years ago. He ain't never been back. Okay. So they make promises, they say things. He ain't never been back.
Semester's over. I would love for you to come on and deconstruct that. So you're actually making me want to watch it. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the films.
Well, the forces of darkness. I wonder who that is. So we got to talk about that. Dr. Welsing and I talked about that years ago about Harry Potter, and she said we need a book to teach young Black people to recognize white supremacy. So that's what I'm working on.
And if you need some help with that, Dr. Whittenbush,
I'll be calling on you.
Yeah, let me know. Like, we got some folks that can write a chapter. I got some powerful folks. Some PhD folks, some folks from Tuskegee. And we can get busy, we can get busy and write some chapters in that book for you if you like.
Let's do it. I'm serious.
I'm dead serious too. Let's do it and let's talk. Let me drop a bomb for you.
Fire! 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 Fire!
Beautiful discussion. Beautiful discussion. Dr. Whittenbush, do you have any closing words for the listening audience?
Yeah, one book I think that is unread a lot but needs to be read is a book by Dr. Wabogo entitled Cold Wind from the North.
Yeah, I'm not buying no books from a Pan-African author. No, I'm not doing it.
From the North by Dr. Wabogo, because it talks about the prehistoric nature of white supremacy. That this is not something that started 100 years ago or during enslavement, but something that started a long time ago. Dr. Wabogo's book, again, Cold Wind from the North, if you have the chance to read that book too.
So you gave me 5 books. That's the fifth. That's another one. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Whittenbush, for taking time out of your busy schedule. Family, I called Dr. Whittenbush literally like a couple of days ago. Like, Doc, can you come on and let's talk about this? He said, all right, you know. And so, Doc, I just appreciate that. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of the work that you have done and all of the work that you're doing. And, you know, and I appreciate your wisdom. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your energy, because you could have been somewhere else doing something else, but you're here, you know, with us and just sharing your wisdom. And so we love you. We appreciate you. We value you. And I look forward to our next discussion.
And you keep doing the work that you do. Is very important to teach our people.
Absolutely. I got to bring you on board. Absolutely. I got to bring you on board for the ASAFO training camp. That's also a, hold on. I just want to show you what I'm doing now.
Okay.
I want to show you really quickly. I know you got to get ready to go. Hold on. Just want to show you this. And I don't think it's ready because we did a touch up. But look at this. I co-founded this camp called the ASAFO Training Camp,
wow,
which focuses on manhood development in young boys between the ages of 12 and 14.
Oh,
Bob
wow.
Imhotep and myself, we launched this camp last summer. And so we're going to be doing it again this summer. Look at this.
That's all right, boy.
Look at this. I'm not playing around. Look at this. We're not playing around. You see how they're sitting there doing chess?
Yes.
Playing
yes.
chess, learning
Oh, shit.
self-defense. This was the graduation.
Family, when I teach chess, my pitch is not to parents. My pitch is not, hey, come learn how to play chess. That's not my pitch. My pitch is come learn how to win at chess. Okay, because anybody can play chess and be trash. There's a lot of kids out there. That's not my pitch. So just because you're playing chess, that's not the end all be all. It's how to win at chess. Because again, it's a lot of strategies and tactics, and you have to be prepared. Chess is about preparation. It's about the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performances. It's about prophylaxis. All right, preventing an attack before it even happens, and preemptive strikes, striking because they're about to strike first. So it's a lot of brain teasing strategies and tactics. So just because you're playing chess doesn't mean you know how to win. All right. Let me do this right here. Hold on, family. Hold on. Don't you go anywhere. Okay, so she's going to be talking to
when black people wake up.
She's going to be talking to Dr. William Darity. Okay, about reparations. So let me see where this one goes.
Some folks calling themselves, you know, FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Some people are saying ADOS, you know, American Descendants of Slaves. And so I asked you this, Dr. Darity, to achieve reparations from the U.S. government, is it necessary for us to distinguish ourselves from Black immigrants?
Well, I think one of the ironies of the use of the term African Americans is that I've actually heard white South Africans who have migrated to the United States describe themselves as African Americans. So,
wow.
Well, they're white and they're from the African continent.
See, so family, so I'm telling you, she knows better, family. She be having representatives of reparations, correct ones on there herself. So she knows better. She just chooses Pan-Africanism over what's right. So she got Dr. William Darity here, and he made a point about African American. Hey, that terminology ain't gonna do it. You dig? And she still calls herself an African American at times. So this woman knows better. She had qualified people on her panel, and she'll still play dumb and pander to Dr. Raven Winbush foolishness.
Anyway. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised at how this debate has evolved, because I think it really concerns who we identify as being eligible for African American reparations in the United States. And as early as 2003, I did a paper with Dania Frank Francis based upon some ideas that developed with Kirsten Mullen, who is the co-author on the book From Here to Equality. Where we laid out 2 conditions for eligibility for reparations. And, you know, at the time, I didn't think this was particularly controversial. The first condition was what I now refer to as a lineage standard, which is an individual would have to have established that they had at least one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States. And
okay, so you heard he said back in 2003, he said 2 eligibility standards, and he said one he didn't think was controversial, and that was lineage based, which is not. Okay, so it's not controversial. Now she let Raymond Winbush get on there and act like how that doesn't make sense, and it only became controversial because this is 2003. It only became controversial when these Africans and non-FBAs realized that they were not going to qualify. They were not going to meet the eligible standards, the requirements to put their hands in our pocket. So as it stands, get your hands out of our pockets. He said he didn't even think this would be controversial.
At the time, developed with Kirsten Mullen, who is the co-author on the book From Here to Equality, where we laid out 2 conditions for eligibility for reparations. And, at the time, I didn't think this was particularly controversial. The first condition was...
Hold on. Sizzla Capleton 1 says she was at the reparations rally in D.C. recently. Wow. Let me make you a moderator, give you a lineage wrench. That's crazy. So she's purposely playing stupid and trying to play both sides. She was at the rally for reparations. She knows better. Wow. Jesse says the same thing. Name of the man on the right. The man on the right, it depends which video. I'm sorry, D, I came late. The man on the right on the first video was Dr. Raymond Winbush, like the Winbush rush from it might be Windbush with a D. So anyway, if you type in Dr. Raymond and type in WIN, his name will come up. But this guy right here, his name is Dr. William Darity. He's the one I was linked up with ADOS.
What I now refer to as a lineage standard, which is an individual would have to have established that they had at least one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States.
Yeah,
and that secondly, individual would have had to met an identity standard. So they would have to demonstrate that on a legal document.
So Dr. William Darity is arguing that common sense case for reparations, which got to be lineage based. Dr. Raymond Winbush goes against the normal way to collect reparations, and he argues for race based. And he can't show of any situations recently in recent history where a claimant won reparations based on race-based claims, a race-based case. Reparations are normally always won from a lineage-based claim. So again, Dr. Raymond Winbush is on the wrong side of history. He argues for a race-based claim for Black Americans, but he don't argue for that with the Jamaicans on the island through CARICOM. CARICOM is a lineage-based reparations claim as well. That's why we say Dr. Raymond Winbush is deliberately trying to block us from collecting reparations. He knows that there are no winnable race-based claims. The winnable claims are lineage-based, and that's what Dr. William Darity is breaking down.
Which is an individual.
Now, I don't know all of Dr. William Darity's thoughts on FBA. I don't know his current thoughts. So, but I do like the fact that he acknowledges that it has to be lineage-based. Now, what he says next, I don't know. I'm learning like you guys.
Individual would have eligibility for reparations. And, at the time, I didn't think this was particularly controversial. The first condition was what I now refer to as a lineage standard, which is an individual would have to have established that they had at least one ancestor who was enslaved in the United States. And that secondly, individual would have had to met an identity standard. So they would have to demonstrate that on a legal document for at least 10 years before the adoption of a reparation scheme, they self-identified as Black, Negro, African American.
Now yeah, so he just given his standards, family. We had evolved the standards. We don't want to hear about 10 years, 20, like, yeah, no. Your whole entire life, your whole entire life. Because who knows when reparation can happen? It can happen 20 years from now. So a tether, a white supremacist, because right now, start saying they're foundation Black American, and 10 years later, be eligible. No, no, no. That's his claim. So everything he's saying, family, he's speaking for himself. He's not speaking for FBA ADOS. He's speaking for himself. So that's the disclaimer. He's speaking for himself. I don't co-sign nothing he's saying unless it lines up with what we're saying. So just in advance, I only co-sign or I only align myself up with the things he say that agrees with what we say. Anything he say that we don't agree with, I don't co-sign it. I don't approve. I reject it. So disclaimer.
Or Afro-American. So both conditions would have to be met for an individual to be eligible. We modified the second.
Now you good, D. This is to let you know about this channel. We're FBA. We're not Pan-Africanists. We're ADOS. We're freedmen. We have a lineage that goes right to the slavery. We're eligible for reparations. And secondly, some of us may be Pan-Africanists, some of us may be Muslim, Christian, that type of thing. But in this chat, most of us are not Pan-Africanists. We are proud Americans like our ancestors. So I don't know what you are, D, but if you're FBA, you might want to let us know that. If you're not, no problem. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the live.
Condition in From Here to Equality to move the timeline back to 12 years rather than 10.
Yes, she definitely cherry picks her guests. She got Tariq on here, but she was really all that Pan-Africanist bullshit. She was like Baba Small. She was treading lightly.
Which would be consistent with 2 senatorial terms. And also, we added the condition that not only would this have to be 12 years.
CRU says the 10 years started when he said it. All right, so let me make you a moderator, D. Just, as a moderator, you have a Lineage wrench. Just like the video, subscribing, hit the notification bell. CRU said the 10 years started when he said it. So right now, they all qualify now. It's like the Umar school thing. Like by the time he got it up, all the kids it was for, they all grown with kids that's going to join or enroll in his school. Hilarious.
Before the adoption of a reparations plan, but also 12 years before the adoption of some type of commission to study reparations. And so the idea here is simply that we don't want individuals jumping up and declaring that they're Black in time to get reparations. But we also want to focus on the community that should be the beneficiaries of U.S. government reparations, which is the descendants of the persons who were emancipated at the end of the Civil War. And those are the individuals who were promised but never given the 40-acre land grants as restitution for their years of bondage. And that's the foundation for the debt that is owed to the descendant population. So if we're talking about people who are Black, but who are not descendants of the folks who were emancipated at the end of the Civil War, then we're talking about a community that may deserve reparations and may merit reparations, but not necessarily from the United States government. They may merit reparations from some other government throughout the world that was responsible for colonizing and for imposing slavery on their countries of origin. So I've not really been so heavily engaged in the question of what we should call ourselves. I've been more engaged with the idea that there are 2 critical conditions that should dictate eligibility for reparations. And if people want to say that that's consistent with ADOS or that's consistent with FBA, that's fine with me. What I do think is the term that may be most useful in this context, because it has legal precedent in United States law, is the notion of freedmen. And so we could then talk about United States descendants, black descendants of United States freedmen as the relevant population for eligibility for reparations.
Can we unpack that term freedmen and why you think that that is the best term, Dr. Darity? I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, I mean, there was a body of legislation that was passed on behalf of the newly emancipated persons who had been subjected to slavery at the end of the Civil War, and the language that was used was to describe those individuals and persons as the freedmen, people who had been freed from enslavement, and to a large degree, that process of freedom gaining was something that the formerly enslaved contributed to heavily. I mean, there were 180,000 black soldiers in the Union Army toward the end of the war, and the Union would not have won that war without that support from the black soldiers.
Absolutely. And Dr. Darity, when you and I were like talking, on the telephone about this discussion, you made a great point. You said you don't agree with us wanting to make a distinction, right, between us and black immigrants, how that should not be perceived as hate. You know how like some people, right, they say, well, you must hate me because you want to make we want to, put I don't want to say a demarcation line, but I want to make a distinction between us and them. And so people kind of view that as hate. Could you expound on what you were saying?
I think for me,
you see how she tried to play that. Now earlier with Dr. Raymond Wimbush, she was acting like delineation is hatred. So now she's talking to, so she is really a snake, man. Like she kind of mold herself to whoever she's interviewing. Like she don't stand and be who she is. She kind of like play into the interests of her guest. And like, that's terrible journalism. That's terrible journalism.
It's not a question of hostility towards individuals who are immigrants.
Exactly.
For me, it's a question of the historical specificity of what has taken place in the United States and who, as a consequence, merits reparations from the United States government. So, as I said, I think black people across the diaspora all have a case for reparations. It's just that the reparations are not due to all people across the diaspora from the United States government. So, for example, folks in the Congo, a community of black people who were subjected to a huge array of atrocities by the Belgian government, it's Belgium that owes them reparations. If we take the case of the countries of the English-speaking Caribbean, those are countries that I think consistently have a strong case against the United Kingdom. And in fact, they are undertaking that case under the auspices of the organization CARICOM. And interestingly enough, CARICOM does not include the Congolese. They do not include Black American descendants of U.S. slavery in their claim on the UK. And they shouldn't. But correspondingly, there should not be an expectation that the claim that Black American descendants of U.S. slavery make on the U.S. government should extend to Black people from all parts of the world.
Okay, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Darity, on that. And so, Doc, I hear a lot of people, we need reparations. We need reparations, right? So
you see, she had no pushback for that, right? So when he made it about lineage based and was like, hey, those folks on the island need to, pull up their bootstraps and fight for CARICOM, stand behind CARICOM, and folks in America need to stand behind what we got over here. And Congolese people, you see, she had nothing for that. No sarcasm, no pushback. She just went along with it. So so you see what she does. Like, she play into her guests. Like, she probably disagrees 100%, but she don't want to, put herself out there, look like she doesn't read. It did, because, he was looking for some smoke, it looks like, and she had no pushback, but she just had Dr. Raymond Wimbush on here that disagrees with that. Dr. Raymond Wimbush pushes global reparations. So he disagrees. He believes everybody should be entitled to Foundation Black American reparations. That's black. He says a racial thing, but she has no pushback. So I'm noticing like she usually just agrees with her guests. That's terrible, man. That's terrible. Like nobody will ever respect her or her podcast doing that. You got to stand 10 toes on something.
We're old reparations, but I'm like, is there an organized effort? Like, should there be an agenda like that we create, or maybe our leadership or a body of us come together and create an actual agenda to pursue reparations? Like, what do we want? And it's spelled out and it's agreed upon, and then we pursue that. Like, so how do we go about it? So I guess my question, Dr. Derry, is this: how do we go about getting reparations? Because right now what I see is a lot of talk. I see people, I do hear some people are lobbying, and I do hear a lot of talk. I do hear lobbying. I do hear people showing up at political meetings and saying, if you're not for reparations, I'm not voting for you. No reparations, no vote. I hear all of that. But how should we be moving, Dr. Derry? I guess that's my question. How should we be moving to achieve reparations?
Well, I don't know if I have really good answers. I'm not a great political strategist. I think that one of the problems we're confronted with is that people use the term reparations to cover a lot of different types of projects. And maybe one of the most serious issues that we need to resolve is, what exactly is it we have in mind when we're talking about trying to obtain reparations? And that was one of the motives for our book, From Here to Equality, was to provide a proposed plan for reparations that we were hoping people might cement the movement around. One of the touch points that folks who have read the book know is central to the plan that we have in mind is the idea that a priority must be given to elimination of the racial wealth gap in the United States. And so we've talked about, Kirsten and I in particular, have talked about a minimum bill of $14 trillion as being what's appropriate. But I think that there's a large number of people who engage in the reparations conversation who don't have any commitment to a particular idea about what the structure of a reparations plan should be or what the amount should be. And so as a consequence, we get all sorts of things being called reparations, like this housing voucher plan in Evanston, Illinois. Well, I have no idea in what sense that constitutes an act of reparations, but if you don't have any prior vision about what should constitute the precise terms of a reparations project, then you're free to call everything reparations. And so when people approach political candidates and ask them if they're for reparations or not, the political candidates can easily weasel because it's not necessarily clear what the person who is confronting them is thinking reparations is. And there was a point where folks would say, well, I'm for HR 40 as their way of addressing that question. And of course, HR 40 is a piece of legislation to establish a study commission that has been rewritten multiple times. And unfortunately, I think each rewrite has made the legislation weaker than it was before. So, maybe that's the first thing that has to be done, is that people really need to coalesce around a very strong sense of what would be a comprehensive program of reparations.
And what did you propose, Doc, in your book, From Here to Equality? I know you described the reparations program in that book. So what is your comprehensive reparations program?
So there are 4 characteristics. The first is what I've talked about a little bit earlier about the eligibility standards for reparations, meeting the lineage and the identity standard. The second is the determination of the minimal amount that would be acceptable as a reparations project. And as I said, Kirsten and I have fixed our attention on the racial wealth gap because we think that's the best cumulative intergenerational measure, economic measure of the effects of white supremacy in the United States. And so we've argued that if you're going to eliminate the racial wealth gap, it would require an expenditure of at least $14 trillion. States and localities can't do that. Their total budgets combined are $5 trillion. And so when people start talking about local reparations, we kind of give them a bit of a fisheye because we can't tell exactly in what sense they think that states or localities really can do this. But that's the second characteristic, is the amount. It's at least $14 trillion. The third is who should pay. And we think the federal government is both, as we put it, the culpable party and the capable party. There's no other level of government that could meet a bill of $14 trillion like the federal government could. And then the final characteristic is that a project of this type needs to prioritize direct payments to eligible recipients. So those are the four central characteristics of a reparations plan that Kirsten Mullen and I have settled on. Certainly it's not the last word. It's not necessarily the last word. There are a host of other logistical issues that need to be addressed, but that's the core set of ideas.
That's a core set of ideas. Thank you so much, Doc. And just for some folks who may not have saw the first interview I had with you, could you define reparations in your book? What do you mean by reparations program? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a program of acknowledgement, redress, and closure for a grievous injustice or a series of grievous injustices.
In your book, you all are advocating for cash payments. Is that correct, Dr.
So it's a little subtle. It's a little bit more subtle than that. We are advocates of direct payments. They may or may not take the form exclusively of cash transfers. So, for example, we argue that you might have some portion of the reparations constitute an endowment, an annuity, a trust account, etc. And there's a reason why you might want to do that instead of making the full payment a direct cash transfer. And that's because the big danger with a huge expenditure of this sort at the federal level is that you can produce substantial inflation. So if you can slow the process of people spending the money, if you can make it more of an asset rather than an income supplement, then you can have longer term benefits from possession of the asset, but you can also mitigate the prospects of having significant inflation, which is the big danger with a project like this.
So you're saying, so I just want to make sure, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Darity. So basically, if they were to issue cash payments, like you said, they can just, spike up, inflation. And is that what you're saying?
People would save a portion of the cash payments, but, would they save a sufficient portion that it wouldn't have a sharp inflationary effect? And if you had a sharp inflationary effect, you would erode the value of the reparations payments that you've given people.
Exactly. And that's why people are saying, like Dr. Darity, that we need more than cash payments. People are like, cash payments, land, tax exempt status, free education, free education. So people are saying, like, we need stuff, because like you said, it's just cash payments. Will cause inflation, get the money back somehow, some way. So people are saying a reparations program should be more than just cash
that's
payments.
Precisely why you need to manage the way in which you make the payments.
Mm-hmm.
That you have to be cognizant of the fact that you have to do them in such a way that you minimize the inflation risk. Mm-hmm. I would be fine with land distribution if all of us wanted land. Personally, I don't want a slice of land myself. I welcome others to want a slice of land and to get it. But I would argue that the better way to do this is to give people the monetary resources so they can judge whether or not they want to use those resources to purchase land. And so we have to make the monetary payments substantial enough so that it gives people that capability. Just like there's some people who say that what they think should occur out of a reparations plan is that they should be given resources that would allow them to relocate to the African continent. Well, I think that's fine for those who want to do that. But I don't think it's something that everybody should do. So as a consequence, if you give people money, then people have discretion over how they use it. And they could choose it to repatriate, or they could choose it to purchase land, or they could choose it for educational purposes if they so desire. But I think the key thing is that the individual recipients need to have full discretion over the use of the money.
The money. Thank you so much, Doc, for your response. In the chat, one of the viewers said that, there's no need for us to rename ourselves anything because the government knows exactly who we are, and they know the difference between us and Black immigrants. What are your thoughts on that? Because I'm thinking
I think there's a certain validity to that position if you operate through the legal usage over time of the concept of freedmen.
Say that one more time, Doc.
So the concept of freedmen may do exactly what your commentator is saying, because it has a legal resonance that these other types of terms don't necessarily have, however useful they are in terms of thinking about lineage.
Okay, so you're still saying that we should be calling ourselves like freedmen to make that distinction, but
the descendants of freedmen. We're not the freedmen.
Yeah, we're not the freedmen, but the descendants. Yeah. But this person is saying that we can continue to call ourselves like African Americans. We don't have to even worry about that because they're saying that the government knows the difference between us and Black immigrants. So
yeah, but I mean, if you have a reparations plan that is specifically for the descendants of the freedmen, you need to say that regardless of what the government's information is about the population. I mean, what this could mean is that it would be very easy for people to establish their lineage given whatever background information the government is in possession of. And one of the things that we recommend in our 13th chapter of From Here to Equality, a lot of people have said it shouldn't have been the 13th chapter, but it is. So there you have it. We recommend that the federal government provide genealogical services to any individual who's trying to make a claim for reparations. And they should provide those genealogical services free of cost to the individual applicant. And so, if indeed the government knows, then that type of genealogical work should be very easy to do. We could go look in some government file and determine who's eligible. But if there are cases where it's more complicated, then an individual would have the opportunity to take advantage of this service that should be provided to everyone who merits reparations.
No, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I want to go back to the figure that you and Ms. Mullen proposed in your book. You said $14 trillion. Could you break down how you came up with that figure? Some people saying, we're owed more than that. They're like, we're owed way more than that, So how did you all come up with the $14 trillion figure? I know you mentioned the racial wealth gap, so I wanted you to expound on that.
Yeah, so we were trying to come up with some sort of summary measure that we thought would capture the economic harms to living descendants of persons who were enslaved in the United States. And so we thought it really isn't legitimate to set an amount that is consistent with what was owed to our ancestors during the period in which they were subjected to enslavement. Because those of us living today were not subjected to enslavement. The question is then, what are the long-term consequences of what happened to our ancestors on our position today? And Kirsten and I concluded that a measure like the racial wealth gap provides us with a fairly useful index of the magnitude of the damage that is being done to us today from an economic standpoint. This does not include things that people may want to incorporate, like psychological trauma and other types of damages. Okay, but that would be above and beyond what we are trying to capture here.
Absolutely.
And so, so we looked at the data on what the magnitude is of the wealth gap. And if you go to the most recent data that's been collected by the Federal Reserve, there will be data for 2022 that will be available around September of this year. But up until then, the most recent data we have is from the 2019 Survey of Consumer Finances. And that indicates that the average Black household has a net worth that is is $841,000 less than the average white household. So almost $1 million differential in net worth between Black and white households. And that comes to about $350,000 per person. And so if you multiply that figure of $350,000 by approximately 40 million Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States, that gets you to the $14 trillion figure.
Wow. Okay, so you did it based on the wealth gap, and like you said, people say it needs to be higher because of the psychological, trauma and all of the other stuff that happens, separation of families and being stripped of our, so our lineage being cut, our culture. But we can't measure that. I don't think there's any way. We
can't measure that directly. Maybe we can assign a dollar figure to it, and if we did, then I would say that would add to the size of the total bill.
Absolutely. And so, yeah. So people say, okay.
All right. I'm an economist, and so I'm kind of hard-nosed. I want the numbers on things that really look like stuff that we can measure in a very direct way.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's no way to measure, the psychological trauma and even the physical trauma, right? The physical, right. The psychological, right. The emotional, the spiritual. Like you said, how do you measure that? And so, like you said, you could put a dollar figure on, and if you did put a dollar figure on, it's going to be subjective because someone's going to say, well, no, we deserve more, or it's very subjective. And I think what you're saying, Dr. Darity, is that you deal in objectivity. So you're like, hey, I can measure the racial wealth gap. We can actually take that
and I can interpret what the racial wealth gap is telling us.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Can we and I know I got you for maybe another 10 minutes. I wanted to kind of talk about the factors that contributed to the racial wealth gap outside of chattel slavery. So we already know that during chattel slavery, we didn't accumulate any wealth, right? We were cultivating cash crops for, European nations.
We were wealth for other people.
For other people. So, and that was, I think we were in chattel slavery for, 250 years, roundabout. Chattel slavery went on for about 250 years, give or take. But then there were other...
And approximately 80 to 85 years since the formation of the United States.
Yes. Yeah. So what are we looking at, Doc? Let me see. That was 20... Oh, so we're looking at 300. That's about 330 years, right, Dr. Darity?
Well, if you want to incorporate the colonial period, yeah. Not sure that we can make a claim on the U.S. government for the colonial period. And there was a sufficient amount of atrocities that took place after the Republic was formed.
No, absolutely.
I don't know that we need to.
See, that's her trying to tether in Africa, the colonial period, because colonizer colonialism, Africa. You dig? No, we're going to focus on United States of America, 1776. We're not dealing with anything before then. Try again.
Absolutely. So that's why I said roundabout, that's why I said about 250 years. So Dr. Darity, let me ask you this. So, because typically people go back there, but there were, when people think about reparations, it's slavery. But, I shout out to the Read Book Club. We've read 2 books, The Color of Money and The Color of Law, know, and so, did I freeze? Dr. Darity, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, good. Yeah. So we read those 2 books, The Color of Money and The Color of Law, and it helped me understand that, all of the different things that transpired after chattel slavery, that contributed to the widening of the racial wealth gap. Yeah. So can we talk about that?
In fact, in our book, we actually talk about the origins of the wealth gap being associated with the period after slavery.
Absolutely.
When the formerly enslaved were supposed to receive the 40-acre land grants that they were promised and didn't get them, but 1.5 million white families received 160-acre land grants in the Western territories. That was the foundation for their intergenerational wealth. In fact, I think Trina Williams Shanks at the University of Michigan estimates that there are at least 45 million living white Americans who are beneficiaries of the Homestead Act of 1862 land patents. So that's one set of policies, the land distribution policies, where whites got substantial tracts of land and blacks did not toward the end of the 19th century. In fact, I think I've been able to estimate that about 1% or less of the 4 million formerly enslaved received land grants, while it was more than 10% of the white population who received land grants, including recent immigrants from Europe who hopped into the Western territories and were given homesteads. It's quite the story. But then, to compound matters, there was a wave of massacres that took place from the end of the Civil War to the beginning of World War II, where not only were black lives taken, but black property was either destroyed or seized by the white terrorists. And the most familiar examples are probably Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921, or Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898. But there were actually 100 of these that took place across the country. And that's an atrocity that was also associated with perpetuating and widening the racial wealth gap. And then in the 20th century, the federal government moves away from land distribution as its means for building assets to supporting home ownership. And it does that in a ferociously discriminatory fashion. So if you think about the whole set of policies associated with redlining, that's a public-private partnership between the Federal Housing Administration and local banks that essentially starved black families from access to credit to permit them to move into whatever neighborhood they chose. This resulted in building a wedge in terms of the equity values of black and white homes, and it reduced the black home ownership rate. And then the federal government introduces the GI Bill in the aftermath of World War II for the purposes of providing returning veterans with resources that would permit them to purchase homes. And they do that in a highly discriminatory fashion so that they build a white middle class while they don't build the black middle class in the United States. There's a host of policies, and they are primarily federal policies that are responsible for the racial wealth gap. And these are policies that took place after slavery ended.
Yeah, and Dr. Darity, would you agree that most of them came out of the Roosevelt administration?
Well, the redlining policies and the deprivation of social services or access to social support payments for 30 years until the onset of the civil rights legislation of the mid-1960s. That's all something that occurred during the course of the Roosevelt administration's development of the New Deal.
Yeah, absolutely. The New Deal policy, so the FHA, like you said, the Montgomery GI Bill, and the HOLC, the people who created like the redlining maps and all of that. So you're saying a lot of them came out of the New Deal policies, but there were other administrations, right, who created policies that contributed to the widening of the racial wealth gap.
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't necessarily attribute the GI Bill to the Roosevelt administration.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. You said it's
but
not.
you might want to attribute it to the Truman administration.
Truman,
perhaps.
okay.
But But yeah, I mean, there's just a long history of white violence that has never been punished by the federal government, and in fact, in many instances of those massacres, there were arms that were being used that were obtained either directly or indirectly from federal sources.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I'm not surprised though, Dr. Darity. I'm like, wow, but it's like you said, I'm not even surprised.
Well, you know, the most heavily armed private population in the world is white American men.
Oh, facts.
Yeah.
Facts. I mean,
and you know, the sources of those arms are varied, but some of them include ways in which people have accessed arms through their being in the U.S. military in some way, shape, or form. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. Doc, I got to drop a bomb for you. Fire! 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 Every time you do that, it surprises me.
That was phenomenal. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with my listeners and I this evening. Do you have any closing words for the listening audience?
Yeah, let's not surrender. We're in a stronger position than we've ever been to really make the U.S. government do the right thing.
Absolutely. Let me grab your book. Your book is right behind me. Your book is right behind me, Doc. I want to show the people your book. Family, make sure that you grab his book, From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. Grab this book. It says William A. Darity.
Well, let me say something about that. That's the first edition.
Oh, it's the first edition that I have.
That's the first edition. There is a new edition in paperback.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with my listeners and I
Kirsten
this
and I
evening.
wrote, and so that's what makes it a little bit different from this version.
Okay. Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. Grab this book. It says William A. Darity.
Well, let me say something about that. That's the first edition.
Oh, it's the first edition that I have.
That's the first edition. There is a new edition in paperback, which is a little bit less expensive, and it has a new preface that Kirsten and I wrote. And so that's what makes it a little bit different from this version.
Okay, I'm glad that you said something, Doc. So when we start reading this, I'm gonna let the people know, because I have the first edition, so I will be encouraging. You're still selling the first edition, right?
I think people can still purchase it, yeah, but
okay,
it's probably almost out of stock. But the paperback edition is fully available.
But so did you add like another chapter, or
we have a new preface that we wrote trying to bring the discussion up to date in terms of things that are happening now, including the so-called the local so-called reparations movement. We talk about the criticisms and complaints we have about HR 40. So there's substantial stuff in the preface that's not in the first edition.
That's not in this first one. And then what about the rest of the text?
In the 21st century.
And so when I perused the book, I said, like you said, to bring it up to date. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that, Dr. Darity. And again, thank you for taking time out. Family, he and I have been coordinating this interview for the past. I have to reach out to Dr. Darity and ask him to come on the platform. And so you agreed. And you also said that you would want your co-author, Dr. Kirsten Mullen, to also come on the platform to talk about the book. And so I look forward to reaching out to her and bringing her on the platform as well to talk about this wonderful book that is now available. And family, look, tonight I am going to be giving away 10 copies of Dr. Darity's book. All right. From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. But you know, my name is Dr. Ma'at, and you know, Ma'at means balance and harmony, righteousness, but it also means reciprocity. So I'm not just going to give you the book, you know, for nothing. You have to do something to earn this book. And to win the book tonight, the first thing I would like for you to do, family, is subscribe to my channel. So if you're watching this broadcast on Facebook, okay, head on over to YouTube, type in Dr. Oya Ma'at, and be sure to subscribe to my channel. Not only subscribe to my channel, but click the notification bell so that as soon as I go live, you will be notified. Also, family, thumb up this video. Then share this video on your social media pages and be sure to tag Dr. Ma'at. Also, head on over to Facebook, like my Facebook page, Dr. Ma'at. And when you have completed all of these things, I want you to type done in the comments section. Okay. And so that's what you have to do in order to win this book. All right. And again, I'm giving out 10 copies. And as the conversation is going on, I will be looking in the chat, and I will be looking on Facebook and on YouTube and seeing who's tagging me in what, who shared what. And I'm also going to be seeing if my subscribers have gone up and my likes have gone up, Doc. All right, family. All right. So I'm going to read Dr. Darity's bio. All right. So bear with me for a second, family. Bear with me. We're going to get to it. Okay. Let me pull it up. All right. So Dr. William A. Sandy Darity is the Samuel Du Bois Cook Professor of Public Policy, African and African American Studies and Economics, and the director of the Samuel Du Bois Cook Center on Social Equity at Duke University. He has served as chair of the Department of African and African American Studies and was the founding director of the Research Network on Racial and Ethnic Inequality at Duke. Darity's research focuses on inequality by race, class, and ethnicity, stratification economics, schooling, and the racial achievement gap, North-South theories of trade and development, skin shade, and labor market outcomes, the economics of reparations, the Atlantic slave trade and the Industrial Revolution, the history of economics, and the social psychological effects of exposure to unemployment. His most recent book, co-authored with A. Kirsten Mullen, is From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st. But I know that you talk about this in your book. And family, look, I see you in the chat. I do see you. I do want to acknowledge all of you here. I do see you. Please, family, let's get the word out. Share this video, family. Let's get the word out. Dr. Darity is going to be dropping a lot of jewels tonight. And look, I'm looking in the chat already, Doc, and I see about 3 or 4 dones. All right. So this might be 3 or 4 people who have already won Dr. Darity's new book, From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. All right. So, Doc, reparations. We hear that word reparations. And if you look up the definition, a quick Google search for the definition of reparation.
Hey, family, this video. Okay, so the last video she did with Dr. William Darity, that was 2 years ago. And so was the Raymond Winbush. So I wasn't sure which one she did first. This one right here, family, this is 4 years ago. So that means that she knew the approach, FBA approach somewhat. Darity somewhat got our approach, but lineage based for sure. And self-identifying for sure and delineating. So he was definitely on that. So that means that she was well aware of that before the Dr. Raymond Winbush interview. And she gave him no pushback. That's crazy. But the last interview with him, she tried to give him a little pushback. Yeah, but the government already knows who gets what and who is qualified. So, and then he was like, well, if the government already knows, then where's the files? Like, we should get the files and it should be easy to know who's who. You dig? But that's not the case. But so she knew in advance of our stance somewhat. It's evolved, obviously. But to play dumb, act like, you know, listen, I have no words, man. That's crazy.
It means to make amends, right? Amends for injury and wrongdoing, right? So Doc, I don't want to, and as I've explained when we were offline, I don't want to assume that everyone is familiar, right, with the history. You know, I don't. Some people, you know, we know. I call it the miseducation. You know, we've been miseducated, so I don't want to assume that all of us know, you know, the same history. So Doc, can you walk us through? What were the injuries and wrongdoings that happened to Black Americans that call for repair, that call for reparations? Can you describe that history, Doc, in detail?
Well, I'd like to start with the notion of amends that you talked about and how that connects with the definition of reparations that we use in From Here to Equality. We define reparations as a program of acknowledgement, redress, and closure for a grievous injustice or for a set of grievous injustices. And so I think the amends dimension that you talked about is associated with acknowledgement and redress, where from our perspective, acknowledgement means that the culpable party, the party that has committed the atrocities, acknowledges or admits that they have done so, and they also indicate that they recognize that they have benefited or somebody else has benefited from the harm. And finally, they say at the stage of acknowledgement that they will engage in an act of restitution. And so that leads us to the second component of reparations, which is redress, which is the restitution that normally has taken the form of a monetary payment to the victimized community. And this includes examples like the German payments that were made to victims of the Holocaust. It includes the payments that the United States government made to Japanese Americans after their unjust incarceration during the course of World War II. And there are other examples. One in point is the payments that were made to families that lost loved ones during the course.
Yeah, so family, this live right here, you know, we just going over Darity's. I want to see if she give what type of pushback she gives Darity that she didn't give Dr. Raymond Winbush. But later on, this is what's going to be fired. Later on, she has a panel right here of look at the title, family. This is what we're going to be looking at later on. This is her channel. Okay, so we got Laura Abba Naim, who's a freedman. He represents the freedmen. We got Asar Imhotep, who's a Pan-Africanist, and Dr. Maya, and they're going to debate whether can reparations be achieved without Pan-Africanism, the finale. So this is I'm gonna do a reaction to this one. So, but this is later. I want to be hands-on here. So this will be the next live, and I'm gonna do one with I'm gonna do the Taharka Bey debating an FBA person, right? So I'm doing this right now. But this one right here, matter of fact, I should do the Taharka Bey one. Yeah, you know what? Let me do the Taharka Bey one. Let me stop this one right here. Give me a second. I'm gonna do the Taharka Bey. Do the Taharka Bey one first. So this one right here, I understand this one right here kind of boring because it's more like informational, more serious. It's kind of boring for a Sunday afternoon. So let me do the. Let me do Taharka Bey now then.
Right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise the hand.
The audio is kind of bad on that one. All right, let me skip that one. God damn, let me get a better audio.
2015 and 2016, and this African brother was on a platform at a subway, and he was arguing with me. And he has mentioned, he said something that struck a nerve. He said to the brother was like, yeah, we had our first president in this country, America. We had our first president. The brother was saying that to the African brother. He says, what are you talking about? He says, Barack Obama, he's not a Black American. He's Kenya. He's from Kenya. And I was like, oh, what? It's like that now? So that sparked something. See, don't take me, I'm very keen and I'm very sharp and listen to the finest detail of things. Right. And that sparked something in me. And it just carried on for a couple of years. And I started hearing stuff about who we are. And then Tariq had said something. He says we have to start announcing our lineage. And it don't take me long. I add very fast. It don't take me long. I said, wow. I said, let me start digging into this. And I'm starting to hear more and more. I said, this is about right. I said, we've been holding that bag for a very long time, since the 60s. Civil rights, 64, 65. Civil rights, the end of segregation, 64. Civil rights bill was passed, 65. The immigration and voting, that was passed, and that set up to where we are today. So you have a new breed of immigrants that came in that followed suit right after that. And we've been played. So like I said, when Tariq said we have to start announcing our lineage, this just makes sense.
Let me ask you this. You say you have to start announcing your lineage. So let's just say hypothetically, that's true. That's true. When have we as a group of people has represented our lineage and do the things that we complain about? In other words, we complain about that foreigners come here and they gain opportunities or take some of the things that is meant for us. But when have we as a group of people say, you know what, we're all going to invest and buy this mall over here, or we're all going to invest and buy a fleet of buses, or we're all going to invest and buy some dump trucks, or we're all going to invest and build the community? You know where I'm going with this. So what I'm saying is, what value is announcing your lineage when we have nothing of collateral to stand on it to enforce anything that we say we are?
Well, I'll say this. When I say announce the lineage, that means become aware of the politics that's going on around you.
But you don't think we're aware after all these years?
No. Because like I said,
why don't we announce the problem of the politics then?
Listen, because for so long, we've been holding this bag. We've been putting people on our shoulders. Announcing the lineage means to quietly just recognize and do something different that we haven't done before. And that's just focus on ourselves.
Okay, so here we go. If that be the truth, give me the blueprint of FBA announcing the lineage and focusing on self. Give me the step-by-step blueprint of how that works. Because if I ask you, guess what? If I ask you that, you're going to say one thing. If I ask Tariq that, he's going to say another thing. Right. If I ask 100 FBAs that follow Tariq that, they'll all have 100 different things. So, you know, that's indicative of this unity, because unity stems from unity of thought, unity of purpose. So the purpose is so ambiguous. Let me not ramble on. I'm asking, what is the concrete blueprint of announcing your lineage and moving on purpose?
Well, first,
is that code that they talk about?
That's the code. And listen, the key is that we cannot save everybody.
No. We got that part.
The reason, listen, that's the first step. We have to worry those who are conscious and become aware, those are the ones who are going to be the ones that carry the light.
I get that, but we want, before we get to that we can't save everybody, the ones that's aware. If you was to tell me, brother, I need you to understand that you're FBA and this is how we moving. What is the step-by-step blueprint? For example, if I open up a book and I wanted to build a race car track for my son, and I just couldn't figure out how to put it together, I got the instructions, the blueprint. You know what I'm saying? What is the instructions that we must follow to be on this code of a FBA and announce it?
Well, a code is the code. The code is that being an FBA, is self-realization first. It's conscious. Look, it's just like how when you want to become a Moor.
No.
Listen. But I'm saying
I never became a Moor.
Well, you was always one, right? But you came under the discipline of the Moors or Moor science, right? Mm-hmm. So did they come to you or you came to them? Did they come to you or you went to them? You went to them.
No.
So the initiator is you.
No, actually, a brother heard me rapping. And I was using M words, MFers, and this and that. And he gave me a piece of paper. He said, "You ever think about this?" And he introduced me to an essay written by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And I was like, wow. I was like, I want to see more. And then that's what got me interested. But what I'm trying to get to is this. When we talking about FBA, let's say, for instance,
it's not an organization.
It's a group.
It's not a group.
Yeah, it's a group.
It's okay. You call it a group, but see, FBA is a new. I gotta admit, FBA is a new concept. It's something. It's not like a book like this. It's not a book that was already illustrated and it was worded and it was corrected and it has chapters in it and it was organized.
But that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
This is not organized. It's not an organization.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. We are outgained by organizations. This is how we So when someone comes up into the community and they introduce something that's fairly new, they should first do the homework and make sure that it's organized, because we get beat by organization. On the show last night, I was talking about Pope Nicholas, how he gave the order to enslave North Africans, the infidels. Well, Pope Nicholas is of the organization called what? The Catholic Church. When I talked about how the sailor came over here, Valdez, how he came over here in 15, 24, 26, whatever it was. He got finance from Isabella and Ferdinand, organized. There was a government thing. You see what I'm saying? And so that was organized. He just didn't jump on no ship. It was financed. It was organized. Slavery was a business. It was organized. So in order to get ourselves out of this situation, after all of these years of confusion, the first thing we should be able to do is organize before we introduce it to the people.
Well,
because without organization, we're just bringing more confusion.
It doesn't have to be. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be that way. That's just the way we was taught. See, we don't have to fight organization with organization. Because Tariq didn't say, "Hey," Tariq wasn't doing this all his life. This is something fairly new to him.
But this is what I'm saying. He introduced it. Let me say this.
It's a spark. That's all you need.
Listen to this. If I introduce to the community, I say, listen, I have a community. I have a program for the community that's going to get us up out of poverty. Now, this is how it's going to work. If FBA has the power to get us up out of any state of mind or economic condition, then the first thing it has to be is organized. That's not the last thing you do. That's the first thing you organize.
Listen, but you organize with the people who thinks like you. That's it. You don't have to.
But that would be a problem.
This is like this. You are truly a free man. That's what the term freeman actually came from. You are free. Even white Masons call themselves freedmen.
So how do you? So It's not so what is the point if it doesn't have the power to liberate?
But no. It's like I said. Everything is not about organizing with people who who this doesn't this everybody is not going to resonate with this.
But no, it's not everybody. It's those who do. What is the liberating? What is the liberating qualities beyond just saying I am FBA Foundational Black America? What is the liberating qualities?
When a person said that what the quality is that you recognize that you are valuable just like everyone else.
But didn't James Brown say we black and I'm proud? Didn't James Brown say I'm black and I'm proud? And that had people people thinking they was valuable.
It's the same.
That's right.
That wasn't and it wasn't planned. It wasn't planned. He just said, "Hey, I'm black and I'm proud."
I'm gonna show you. These become trends in our community because they're not solid.
No. That's not a bad thing.
The trends are not good in our community because as soon as the next thing come, we're on it. It's like if Nike good this year, we're on it. If Diodora good this year, we're on it. See, we love trends, but one thing that we don't understand about certain trends is like Nike, for example. Nike come in and out and trade the spaces of their trend with other brands. But guess what? Nike is a $1 billion company that has never faltered. So because Nike is organized, and so they don't depend on your trend. Now, with us as a people, when we say that we are FBA, we are more, we are this, we are that, the third, what happens is it becomes trendy and it has no saving power.
That's going to happen.
I'm black and I'm proud.
That's going to happen.
Black power. These are trends, but there's no saving power.
Listen, what I'm saying. That is going to happen, whether it's good or bad. It's going to happen.
But what I'm saying is
we shouldn't
allow that to happen because it's not solid. Our people need something that's solid.
Listen. We have something solid. The problem is that too many of us are spewing that we don't have nothing solid.
Okay, break down what's solid. Break down the solid part.
The working black class. I call that black excellence.
Okay.
That's solid. We are all not drug dealers.
Okay, who is the chief executive officer of the Black Excellence people?
Chief executive.
Yeah, because we got to organize. What I'm telling you is that these Fortune 500 companies are organized to make sure that they stay on top.
No,
the government is organized. So when you say that black excellence, I'm asking that if we're going to compete in this world for the resources, then those who are organized and strategizing to maintain their hold on the top, we must do the same. So I'm asking, who is the chairman of the board of the Black Excellence Group?
I'm not understanding that question, but the chairman of the board.
Who is the one that is the spokesman for all of Black excellence?
When I say Black excellence, I'm talking about each and every Black American citizen that gets up, hard workers, pay their taxes, and go to work. To me, that is Black excellence.
Okay, got that.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, see, the problem is that and I'm guilty of this too, we join on the bandwagon of the dominant society and everybody else that talks always negative about what we are doing. And I'm saying to myself, when you look around, it's just really the culture of the young people. These are young people, like, we hear it all the time. We are drug dealers, we are baby mamas, we don't take care of our kids. Those are all spewing that's coming from lies. These are all lies.
But you know what? Okay? The thing about what you're saying about, okay, let me let you finish.
The Black excellence is that we don't hear about the positive stuff. I go to work each and every day. Like I told you, I drive trucks. I take care of my family. I'm 50 years old. I'm about to be 51 in a couple of more months. I work hard. If I go out and my car broke down the other day, I had to catch on a bus and I still made it to work. I didn't come back home. I don't know. I ain't rode a transit bus in 20 years. I did what I had to do.
But that didn't take you to,
that's Black excellence.
But that didn't take you to understand you was FBA to bring that out of you. Only way that can come out of you if that is in you. You have to have drive in you. In order for it to come out of you. That don't take you to be FBA. That don't take you to be Black excellence. That takes you to be a man that stand up and that take you to be a stand-up man. That take you to be a stand-up man and a responsible human being.
Right,
That
but
ain't
that's
black excellence.
That's black excellence.
No, what we do is we call the things that we supposed to do excellence. You're supposed to get up and go
But
to
do
work.
you hear? But do you hear it?
No. You're supposed to be responsible.
No, well,
you're supposed to.
No.
That's not
No.
excellence.
No.
You are supposed to be.
No. According to slander, black slander is that we are all lazy.
That's not true.
We're all on drugs.
But we don't
all go
worry
to
about
jail.
slander. Slander is a
And
lie.
that's what I'm saying. So we don't have enough. We don't have.
Slander is a lie. Slander is a lie. I teach people a high standard. I teach people that when people say, "Are you a good father?" That's not a compliment. You're supposed to be a good father. If you take somebody telling you that you're a good father as a compliment, you have a serious problem. You are supposed to be a good father.
We need to hear this though.
No.
We need to hear this as black as human beings. Listen. As human beings, we need to know this because
because you have fed into the lie. But a real man knows his responsibility. A real man knows what he's supposed to do. You can take a person that's wearing a loincloth in South America in the woods. They know they're supposed to be a good father. You ain't got to tell them that they're a good father. They're gonna go climb up a tree and get some bananas. They're gonna go and pick some berries. They're gonna take some sticks and build some shelter, and they're gonna take some weeds and make a skirt, and they're gonna say we're good. And nobody is ever gonna call them I'm a good father, because the reason why we need it is because we have took the poison that we're not good. You're good.
The point that I brought up the black excellence is to say that black FBAs, foundational Black Americans, or freedmen, ADOS, whatever you want to call us, we are not getting enough credit as living in a society, in a racist society, where we have been marginalized as a culture of people. So when I mentioned that, because it's very important that we need to hear more of that. You know what I'm saying?
We're not getting enough credit. It sounds to me, with all due respect, and I told you that I'm gonna go hard. It sounds to me that you're waiting for somebody to say, "Good boy."
Well, no, I want us. My
thing is, when I see the
back to
smile
FBA,
on
back to FBA.
Listen what I'm saying. I just had to put my son to bed because it's getting late, and I had to do a show like an hour ago. I had to put him to bed, and he's crying. I want to be with you, Daddy. I want to be with you, Daddy. I said, I got to do the show. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. When I see the smile on my son's face, when I see how educated he is at 4. That's enough for me. I don't need somebody to say I'm a good father. I don't need somebody to say, man, you're doing a wonderful job. I don't care.
We need to hear more of that.
No. Those that have took the poison.
Collectively, we need to do more of that as kinfolks. We need to do more of that, of patting each other's on the back, having conversations, deep conversations, sharing information with each other, talking about our issues, talking about our shortcomings. We need more of that. That's nothing. That's nothing kiddie about that.
But you know what that is?
That's nothing kiddie about that. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you what that is. Let me tell you what that is. That's rehabilitation.
That's what we need.
Because listen,
that's why if you become an FBA, you will understand that.
So listen to what I'm saying.
If you become an FBA, you will understand that.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. A true person that have reached the state of excellence, they don't need that. So when you say excellence, when you say black excellence, but you still need rehab to boost your self-esteem, you are not self-motivated.
I'm black
you are
excellence.
not self-inspired.
I'm black excellence.
Self-inspired. You need somebody to charge you up.
I'm black
we
excellence.
Got people like that. And that's why we have brother like Dr. Asar here in Baltimore, so we can help charge. You got people like me, like Tahaka Bay, so we can help charge you. But Tahaka Bay don't need you doing a good job.
I don't need it either.
So what I'm saying, you said that FBA is that mechanism to say, listen, we are important too.
Yes, comparatively, politically. Hold up, this is why.
All right, so some would say he's gaslighting. Like, for example, if you're at peace, why say peace? If it's a great morning to you, why do you guys say good morning to somebody else? Right. So, okay, that's like affirmation. That's just what human beings do. Like, I got hands. I could hold the door open for myself. I don't need you to hold it open for me. So we could take the attitude, really, really far. But bro, what he's saying is just stupid. Human beings, that's how we thrive as a people, man. You know, that we communicate, we would say thank you. I don't gotta say thank you. Like I ain't gotta say I love you. You know I love you. I know I love you. Why I gotta say it? So just again, this is Dewberry. This is Dewberry. That's the name. This is Dubay Babble. I'm gonna call it Dubay Babble. This is Dubay Babble. Dubay. This is Dubay Babble. You don't need nobody to motivate you. And so what's the point of motivational speakers? And it just, all right, whatever, dude, knock it off. What's the whole point of rallies? And, you know, come on, man. Like at this point, he don't really have a good argument, a rebuttal, nothing. He just again, Dubay babbling.
I'm gonna knock you out with it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to knock you out with it.
Let's go, big bro.
I hear you often talk about history. We've been doing that since forever. Okay. The problem with you not getting with FBA is that we understand our political position. Our political position is not historical, nor is religion.
Right.
Political is where it's at. And we are taking a political stance, not a historical stance. Okay, not a religious stance or kumbaya or rainbow coalition. No, we are taking a political stance. We are saying that we are foundational Black Americans politically.
Okay.
All right, let's talk.
Let's talk. I need you to break down definitively what is the FBA political stance, since it's a political position.
First, understanding that the soil that you're on, you belong here, and everything, you own everything that's on it. Instead of looking across the water like we have been doing for years, decades, and centuries, we've been looking across that water, okay? Looking for help. Nothing. We've been sitting on SOS. Nothing came back.
Nobody never did that. That's false.
The soil,
that's a false narrative.
The soil.
Listen to me. Hold
on. The soil that we on is our political stance. If you really want to talk, let's talk.
Okay, let's talk. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that.
Go ahead.
The same soil that you're on is a political stance for you, but so does that apply to every human being on this land in the United States of America? Because the laws of this land, if you're making it political, that means that you're moving according to the political process. And the political process is that there's two ways that you become an heir to the land. You are a citizen, or you are naturalized. You are a naturalized citizen, or you are born here. No, listen, hold up. You just made the criteria. You just made the criteria. The criteria is it's political. So let's use the political term. The political term.
Tahag, it's not that serious, y'all. You have to go to be involved politically. If you got an agenda, you can't go to the people who's starving you for political. You have to create that on you.
Part is the capitalistic qualities. You know, it all seems capitalistic right now.
What do you mean capitalistic?
It's capitalistic. There is no liberating qualities. In other words, you take, let me give you an example. I'm not a member of the Nation of Islam, nor do I agree with their philosophy on how they see the world, or how they see Allah, how they see organization. But I love the Nation of Islam. And when you look at the Nation of Islam, you look at them slinging the bean pies and the final calls and all of that. Well, back in the day, I can't speak about now, but back in the day, that money was to finance the ministers to go on the road and to finance other businesses like that. And so when you look at somebody making money to finance liberation, then that would be a prime example of an economy to finance liberation. But when you look at FBA, brother, all you see is a bunch of trademarks and a bunch of potential businesses where the brother has been
focusing on. Wait.
Because listen.
Hey, family, they can't help it. These grown men are really obsessed and jealous over Tariq Nasheed. When I say jealous, obsessed, I mean in all the ways, even some Paul's Diddy type obsession. You dig? They'll probably oil his feet if they had a chance. They turn all FBA debates into What about Tariq Nasheed? You feel me?
I'm sitting up here talking to you about how I am an FBA.
Yeah.
So listen. I can't answer anything about like.
I'm gonna get into that in a minute.
I can't talk about Tariq. I can't talk about Tariq.
I'm gonna finish that and I'm gonna drop it. What I'm saying is that
I can't talk about Tariq.
When you come to our people with something that's supposed to be liberating, then the people have to decipher which part is the business part and which part is the liberating part. And in the liberating part, from start to crossing the finish line, there should be a plan. Just like there is a plan when the capitalistic part come in. From the start to, I'm going to make this design. I'm going to print up these shirts. I'm going to cash out. That's a plan. So why not the plan for the liberating part is there either?
FBA is in its infancy stage right now. FBA is in the infancy. It's a newborn.
Point, brother. Can you answer my brother Tony Smith question?
What is that?
Before you answer that, that's my whole point. My whole point is, after all of these years, Tariq is 53 years old. After all of these years, you mean tell me he didn't consider to introduce something that had some type of blueprint program from start, go to the finish line?
You don't have to.
Not for our people.
Okay, family. You got to understand old people like Dubé. Okay, these guys, his entire life, he tried to be a leader of a more science temple church. His entire life. And he thought he was that. If I go through his channel, you'll see. Hold on. Let's peel this onion back. So you got a lot of these guys always wanted to be leaders of people. Okay, all of them. When I had the Libyan guy on here the other day, he wanted to be a leader. Raymond Wimbush, leader of Reparation. Dr. Oba, leader. Okay. Look. Look, like the dude wants to be a leader. Look at him. Right here. Look. Right there. Right there. He is. Yeah, he looks just like that damn cartoon. Damn. Yeah, so he always wanted to be a leader. And now, so look at where he was then and look at where he's at now. He gave up. His dream of being a leader at some point foiled. It didn't manifest. Okay? It flopped. Just like the other grown men who's jealous of Tariq Nasheed. So they can only see Tariq Nasheed as a leader, the leader that they couldn't become. In their sick mind, Tariq Nasheed became the leader they couldn't be. So now they don't believe he's qualified. Now he's not a leader, but this is in their sick minds. Tariq Nasheed ended up ascending to be a leader that they couldn't become. But in their mind, Tariq Nasheed is flawed. He don't deserve to be a leader. He's flawed. So they got this whole straw man argument in their mind. He's a leader of a movement. They felt they couldn't be a leader. So, but in their minds, Tariq Nasheed is not qualified to be a leader. So let me go ahead and spend my entire life debunking him and proving to his cult member followers that he ain't a qualified leader and I need to be in that seat of leadership. So when Tariq Nasheed cleverly said, hey, man, I'm not even the leader you think I am. I'm not. I'm just a brother with great ideas, innovative ideas, creative ideas. You know, it's my FBA lineage. That's my heritage. That's what we do. Oh, that pissed him off the most when he said, yeah, I'm not a leader. And then when we came back behind him and said, yeah, he ain't my leader. That killed all hope of these guys ever being a leader again. So Tariq Nasheed, in a sense, made the leadership thing corny, whack, primitive, outdated. So all of these people who trying to be a leader, Umar, all these guys look crazy right now because we're like, nah, we don't have a leader. We don't want a leader. We don't need a leader. That leadership is done. So all of them feel like Tariq Nasheed messed up their bag, their hopes, all of that stuff. Dang, I can't. Dang, he made leadership, being a leader, not leadership. He made being a leader of a group of people primitive, outdated. Damn. So the code is the leader, the rules are the leader, the lineage is the leader. Damn. So a lot of these guys are failed leaders. And they think Tariq Nasheed is a leader who is successful. So if I just take him down with smear campaigns and exposés, then I could take his seat and sit in his place as the throne, the king of FBAs. But Tariq says, hey, I'm not a leader. So now he just killed their dreams twice. Their dream of ever, being a leader and then being a leader of FBAs. It's like, nah, we don't have a leader. The code is the leader. That's why these guys can't forgive him. They just all out angry forever. Their entire lives, they were adult lives. They were trying to be a leader of men and women. And now all of their dreams and aspirations are crushed because with the thoughts of FBA, self-identification, delineation, ADOS, that killed all the leadership hope, dreams, ambitions. So they're all on crash out mode. Listen to this dude, bae.
We don't.
Listen, okay, let me ask you a question. How did Noble Drew Ali start?
How did Noble Drew Ali start?
Yeah, how he started.
You know what he started?
How he started?
He started with charters. He started with constitutions. He started with a blueprint, and you had to become a member. You had to become a dues-paying member, and you had to follow the script as was laid down.
He said, it's funny. He said, you had to pay your dues. Isn't that ironic? You had to pay your dues. You know how we do, Mountain Dew. Hey, brother, did you pay your dues? That dude said you had to become a due-paying member.
Institutions. He started with a blueprint, and you had to become a member. You had to become a dues-paying member, and you had
dues-paying member. You got to pay your dues. That's one thing you got to do. In the Moorish nation, you got to pay your dues. The word due got to be there.
Follow the script as was laid down. There was plenty.
He didn't start that way. He had to raise money. He had to do a lot of other things. He had to do a lot of things. He had to, first of all, you don't start anything without, you start with baby steps. Let's be real.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Listen, what I'm saying. No, we gotta speak truth. We gotta speak truth, bro. When you first start something, you may have an idea about it, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be perfect. So in its infancy state, you're going to make mistakes. You have to. Tariq is doing. Listen. Tariq didn't have to evolve. He's not a leader. He just sparked the idea. And
so now the brother's speaking facts. Like, listen, we are pretty much winging it. We're finding out every day what direction to go and like what's the better direction. Like every day there's a fork in the road, left or right, up or down. And we got to decide, and some of us going to make a mistake. Okay, that doesn't work. You see, Darity was going on for things, right? And we looked at that, and we took out the meat and threw away the bone. So a lot of our plight, family, a lot of our plight going forward is going to be taking the meat and throwing away the bone. Some things I say across my airwaves, you got to take away the meat and throw away the bone. You dig? So that's our plight. So there's going to be a lot of bones there, natural bones, okay, there as we eat. So to act like, oh, no, you guys got to do it right at the first time, that's a lie. No, so the dude's making a great point. No idea started off like flawless. All ideas had to be returned back to the inventor to brush up and fix things, iron out the wrinkles. But Tariq, he has to know first try. He got to get it right. These guys are clowns.
now whoever takes that, they do whatever they want to do with that.
In your baby steps, you're learning the ins and outs of your plan that ultimately will unfold. So, for instance, I'm a grand sheik. Let me finish. I'm a grand sheik. I'm the grand sheik of the Moorish Science Temple of America, right? In my baby steps, I was learning the ways of the Moorish Science Temple.
He's the grand sheik, the leader.
Let me finish. I'm a grand sheik. I'm the grand sheik of the Moorish Science Temple of America, right? In my baby steps, I was learning.
Now, what does that even mean? You're the grand sheik of the Moorish Science Temple of America. What does that even mean? You're the sheik of how many people? Like 2, 3 people, bro? You're not the sheik of hundreds. Come on, man. 2, 3, 4 people in that damn classroom.
Learning the ways of the Moorish Science Temple of America. In my baby steps, I was learning my history. In my baby steps, I was learning all the things.
Yeah, you funny. You said it's Black Wall Street, not Moor Wall Street. Black power, not Moorish power. Black Panthers, not the Moorish Panthers.
That makes a complete organization called the Moorish Science Temple of America. And then one day, I was ushered into the forefront as a grand sheik.
One day. Listen to what you just said.
Let me finish. I want to finish. I did not introduce something to somebody and say, this is the new thing. I didn't do that because it doesn't work like that with true liberation. With true liberation, what you introduce is organization in order to get out of this oppression. And so when someone introduces something and said, we are FBA, and there's no organizing factor behind it, it can only
we got to get out of that.
It can only be, let me tell you, it can only be a recipe for a trend, and then that dies and then another one comes.
For what I have seen over the years.
Let me ask you, my brother, this is my brother, Tony Smith, and then you can carry, I'm gonna back up and let you rock. How do you define yourself by lineage and not go back to the root? That's like talking about the butterfly while ignoring the caterpillar. And that brings us back to what you said. You don't represent Tariq, you represent FBA. And that's perfect.
That question, I'm trying to, how do you define yourself? How do you define your lineage? But how do you define yourself by lineage? Okay, the English is off. All right. How do you define yourself by lineage and not go back to the root? So then, okay, so if I understand that question correctly, then everybody should be African. Everybody should have an African flag, an African language, one African language, one African tribe. What are you talking about, bro? See, that person, Tony Smith, is an idiot. It's like, okay, well, based on that question, then we're all Africans. Nobody's an Igbo, nobody's a Yoruba, nobody's a nothing. Nobody's Haitian. We're all African, because if you call yourself Igbo, if you call yourself Nigerian, Ghanaian, whatever you gonna call yourself, Ghanaian, Jamaican, then all of you had defined yourself. You all have defined yourself by your lineage and not by your root. So according to his knowledge, his information, anybody who calls themselves less than an African has defined themselves by their lineage and not by the root or their root. Stupid questions.
Question. How do you define yourself by lineage and not go back to the root? That's like talking about the butterfly while ignoring the caterpillar. Very good.
That's not a good question. If I represent the lineage, that is my root.
That's a good question. I think this was after the slap. If this is 2 years ago, so good question. Yeah, he became a fan after that. After that slap, he became like all out fanatic over Tariq Nasheed. Like Stan, the movie with Wesley Snipes and that little white boy. This is that. Robert De Niro.
I'm an FBA. That's
1526.
So no. My root, my family. Okay, so now we want to get to 1526. Let me get to that. 1492. See, this Tariq said 1526, but if he would have said 1492, 1500s, that would have been fine. There is no that's Tariq. Tariq said 1526,
but he coined the phrase FBA. You can't.
That's Tariq. I'm an FBA too. So I would say 1492.
But this
look, weak arguments because Jesse Jackson coined African American, and nobody agrees with anything he had to say before that or after that. Again, that doesn't mean anything, man. This guy, I would love for him to come over here, but that right there, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. All that just running your mouth, that's not gonna work.
That's the confusion about FBA.
There's no confusion.
Listen what I'm saying. This is why. Let me tell you. Scholastically, that's confusion. Let me tell you something. Chronology, that's confusion. If you would talk to people who are let me say something. If you would talk to people who are educated on the matter, and Tariq say he's FBA, and you say you're FBA, and you say your history goes back to 1492, and he says his goes back to 1526. There is no person that's educated about
the numbers don't matter.
That's you're saying.
Listen, Tahar.
Nobody's going to value that. I'm just telling you.
The numbers don't matter. Okay, let me explain to you why the numbers don't matter.
It's political. It do matter.
Listen to what I'm saying, dude. See, you've never had nobody like me before, dude. You never had nobody like me. That particular time of the year, but the reason why he said 14, is close to 1492. The dates are not important. The dates are not important.
Dates are important.
What's important?
Your children.
Listen, what's important is the alchemical combination of all Black people that came here. That there was Black people already here, and the Africans and the people that came that came with the Spanish that was already here. We had the Black natives that were already here. Then we had 1619 or something like that. Then the Africans came. That period is who we are to this day. So that 1492 is not the significance of the numbers of the day. It's actually what was going on, transforming into the people that came here and the people that are already here is who we are today. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about numbers. Numbers, we can sit up here and say 1492, 1493. You're always going to get different numbers. But we're talking about we're talking about an alchemical process of who we are today started around that particular time. Okay. Because the 1492, let me say this. 1492, which was the Spanish, later came the British came, and they all brought people with them and stuff like whoever that's the melting pot started right there.
That sounds good. The
melting pot started right there. So that's why it doesn't matter.
Let me say this, brother.
Yeah.
If I said it earlier and I'll say it again. If you talk to 20 FBAs, they all going to have 20 different variations of how FBA is expressed. This is a problem because
but that's retarded. That's like asking white Americans, how do you express your Americanness? Well, you might have a different expression to each and every white American. That's like African and Latino. Hey, how do you express your Latino heritage? He might say tacos. The next person might say, hey, man, dirt bikes. Like that's a dumb question. We're individuals, man. We're going to express things differently. Some of us, again, but what is there to express? Some people are expressing their freedom of religion. Okay. How about some FBAs are just expressing their freedom of religion as far as, hey, I'm just going to be a Muslim. Thanks to this great country, I get to choose my religion. And I'm going to express my FBAism as being a Muslim and then Allah, okay. Like, dude, again, like this dude is nuts. And that's why he hide on his channel. My man don't leave his channel. Crazy logic.
Political, and if it's lineage, it should be codified. No, if you listen to what I'm saying, if you talk to a Moorish American or the Moorish Science of America, right? Let me tell you something. Each and every one of them, whether they can explain it in depth or not, they're going to say Moors are descended from the ancient Moabites who inhabited northwest and southwestern shores of Africa.
Right. And we're going to say, man, our lineage comes from America We came here. We were sold by filthy Africans and bought by filthy Europeans. And we got here as that result, translated slave trade. We dropped off here, 300,000, somewhere around that number, 380, whatever, 400,000. And the slave trade was banned in 1808. Then they started the slave breed over here. And, we was on plantations for the most part. Some of us was in plantations up north in New York. But most of us in the South. So we started to buy ourselves out of slavery or get out of slavery or one way or another, and we were considered free blacks. And after that, ACS, Liberia, then the North and South started to talk to each other like real greasy. The South wanted to secede. The North said, "No, the hell you ain't." I mean, but anybody, okay, there you go. Civil War breaks out into slavery. Black Reconstruction, and then Jim Crow, and then Civil Rights Movement, and then we're here. Anybody can do that, bro. I just did that. But everybody don't have to do that. Anybody can do that, but everybody doesn't have. That's not a requirement. Give the chronology of what happened and how you got to America and how you ended up where you are now. That's not a requirement, dude. If you ask the average white person about history, their white American history, how the country was developed, and they don't really know that. No white American like, well, I know everything. It started from slavery and then the colonies, the 13 colonies. They're not gonna be able to do that. And then the Revolutionary War, and they're not gonna be able to do that. Just stupidity.
Then they might go a step further and say Moors are descendants of the ancient Canaanites.
That's confusion. That's confusion. That is confusion.
You gotta let me finish. You cannot finish. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Then they might say that the Moors are descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the ancient land of Canaan. So let me explain it to you. What these Moors are saying is they're giving you two different time periods. They're giving you the time period when the Moors was in the area of Mauritania, and then they're giving you the time period when Moors was in East Africa. So these are two separate time periods. So what you call confusion, a Moor would be able to break it down, these two different time periods. Now, when you say 1492, and then he says 1526, there is no codification. So there is no way where a person, let me finish. There is no way that anybody can take you serious because you said, no, man, I don't know what he talk about 1492. No, I heard him on Tahaka Bay show. No, right. Man, we from 1526.
He as far as his study, he's
gonna
right.
Take that serious.
No, we all gonna have our difference. Wait. Every Moor doesn't think the same. Every Moor don't say the same thing. Are you kidding me? Or you want to sit up here and tell me that? You want to sit up here and tell me that you don't debate with your own? Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Let me tell you, brother.
That's not true, man.
Let me finish. Any more that follow Prophet Noble Drew Ali, I will make them submit if they're wrong.
All right, but you got to make them submit. But you still talk. But y'all still saying it
makes them submit. Just stop it.
Different thing.
But the thing is, it's codified. Listen.
You saying that we can't? You saying that we're doing it, but you're doing the same thing.
Let me make it simple for you. What I'm saying is Tariq has never codified what FBA is.
We don't have to.
Prophet Noble Drew Ali codified it, and we know what it is.
We got the message.
If someone get it wrong, we can go back to the blueprint and say this is what it is.
We don't have another 100 years. We don't have another 100 years to try to get this right. Right now, there's nothing. Orthodox does not work with us. We cannot be an Orthodox people. We have to do different things. We have to try and do different things because things that we have been doing is not working. Even the organizations, it says fail us, brother. So you keep talking about being a parrot. How you gonna lead somebody being a parrot? Bro, you cannot lead nobody being a parrot, bro. You're gonna have to get your own. You're gonna have to get your own science and do your own and speak your truths. Brother, and then I don't care less what if Tariq says 1526. If Tariq says 1520. If Tariq says 1526, he has his reasons why he said that. But I study too. I say that it's not even important about 1526.
Why don't you make up your own?
1492. The problem is I know why it happened. That's the reason why.
Why don't you make up your own thing? Why don't you just be like Earth America?
That was 1492, 1526, that was a very important time for the black people, foundational black Americans in this country.
No, it wasn't.
Very important. It was it was called a transmutation. My man talked about a butterfly. Hold on. You said one of the guys talked about a caterpillar. That is a transmutation.
Okay.
That butterfly.
Brother. Explain to me why 1526 was so important.
I'm just telling you.
I'm asking you, explain to me why 1526, you just said it. Why was 1526 so important for our people?
You gotta ask Tariq that.
You just said it was important.
It's important because it was it's 14. You said specifically 1526.
Yeah, I'm asking.
I don't know why.
Okay, why was 1492 so important?
Okay, 1492 was important, but it's the same reason why 1526 was important. It was important because that during that particular time, and whatever was going on during that time, because listen, the Africans that was coming over, the people that was already here, what they did was that the colonizers was bringing people from all over.
And 1492?
Yeah, the 1492.
Hey, so 1492, if I just guess, 1492, that's when they was trying to like you said, they're trying to explore. 1492, they're trying to explore the world, and they, in their mind, they knew they had to get free labor, free bodies. So they were exploring the world looking for these labor people, and a lot of them found themselves in Africa, right? Trying to do slave raids, trying to, at that point, kidnap people, which was very unsuccessful. They got their ass kicked and they were chased up out of Africa with really no real results, right? It didn't work. Wow. Yeah, it didn't work. So that's probably what 1492 is about. It's probably about the start of white domination over like darker people of the world, if I could just guess, because that's when it popped off, I think. All right. But I'm just freestyling. I'm just trying to guess why they will focus on 1492.
The Spanish came here.
They was bringing people.
I think they were exploring, trying to find a location to practice their slavery. You dig? And they're looking for a new place, a new land.
People in 1492?
Yeah.
See, that's where the conflict. Tariq said the first slaves came over here in 1526.
That's the Africans. Those are the Africans he's talking about.
So Christopher Columbus was over here making slaves in 1492. That what you said?
Yes. Yeah, they were traveling.
He was an explorer. He wasn't making those slaves. They could hardly survive. They was dying. They could hardly survive.
What are you talking about?
When Christopher Columbus came here,
he brought a few slaves he brought some slaves from Spain. He brought some slaves with him.
Actually, he didn't, brother. Actually, those was Moriscos who had adopted Christianity, so they
were black.
Back. So yeah, but
okay, so they were okay.
They wasn't
still slaves.
They wasn't slaves. No, they wasn't. No, they wasn't. They wasn't. Not at that time, brother. Listen to me. They wasn't. They were Moriscos, and they was given the choice. They was given the choice to go back to Africa, or they can stay and accept Christianity. The ones that stayed and accept Christianity, and they was navigators, ultimately was the navigators for Christopher Columbus.
That was that's the code word for slaves.
But they wasn't slaves. No,
that was a code word for slaves. You know
they was just as much slaves as we are here in America.
Okay, all right then. That's just code speaking.
Are we slaves today?
Yes.
No, you are. I know.
Yes.
No, what I'm trying to say is they wasn't chattel slaves. They had the ability to go back to Africa, or they had the ability to stay.
Let's get back to this.
And the ones with Christopher Columbus, they stayed with they accepted Christianity, and they navigated.
They didn't want to do that
to the Santa Maria.
They didn't really want to do that, so they were slaves.
What you mean they didn't want to do that?
Those brothers that you're talking about that came with Christopher, they was the navigators. They were actually workers. But at that time they were called slaves.
They was no different. No, they wasn't. They was no different than somebody in your anybody in your family ever been to the military?
Yes.
Are they slaves?
In the military?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So according to your definition, then of course they're slaves. But
Yeah.
according to reality, you go to sign up to the military voluntarily.
Yeah, because you want something.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. And these people that was on that boat, they wasn't slaves, is my
They
point.
didn't want to die. They didn't want to die.
That's not true, brother. That's not good history. That's not true. People's like, and I know it really well because people always say that the Moors helped enslave people.
That was kind of common. That was kind of.
Yeah. Hopefully, let me see. We got a guy who commented. He said something about black. He said, we love to call Dr. King and Malcolm X black, but they weren't calling themselves black. It's like they were calling themselves Negro. And I'm like, hey, bro, man, if you want to have that conversation, I'm live right now. Just ask for the link. But Dr. King definitely was using Negro, and black at that time was fairly new. Like, let's just be honest, it was fairly new. But people were starting to use black, though. I'm trying to get old boy to come over here and click the link, because what is your point? Like, let's say if what he's saying is true. I know it's not true, but let's say if it's true. Let's say if Dr. King never said he's black, which I know he did, right? That's why I want him to click the link. And they only call themselves Negro. So is his point that we should just call ourselves Negro today? Or we can't look back and call people of our same lineage what we call ourselves today? Let's say we called ourselves booty scratchers, you dig? So we couldn't look back 102 years ago and call them booty scratchers? If that's the name we choose to go by, that's common sense. That's what you're going to do. So, but it's like, so what we should call them Negroes? Because they definitely was not calling themselves African American either. So, but I asked them to click the link and let's have that conversation. But they were talking about 1492 versus 1526 versus 1619. He says it makes FBA so confusing. All right. So the Grand Sheik Dubé, okay, his claim is FBA is invalid because Tariq Nasheed or others can't agree on whether FBA history begins in 1492, 1526, or 1619. He said that's a lack of codification. He said it makes it unserious. Okay, now here's the problem with the Grand Sheik. Ethnonyms aren't about exact dates. Negro, colored, black, African American, and even more were all applied across shifting time frames. None required a single codified starting date to function as social or political identities like a Moor. Where is the exact date of when everybody said they were a Moor? Okay, exactly. Again, like these are stupid things that they place on us, FBAs. Okay. None of them required a single codified starting date to function as social or political identities. So the key point of FBA is lineage from U.S. slavery, not about a date. Okay, not about Hispaniola in 1492, South Carolina in 1526, or Virginia in 1619. Dates are historical context, not the core definition. Ethnonyms, I got to keep reminding you, ethnonyms are about identity and lineage, continuity, not pinpointing a single year. The Irish don't need one founding year of Ireland to be Irish, and Jews don't need agreement on whether their diaspora started in 70 CE or 135 CE still to be Jews. So then he brought up the MSTA, the Moors, and what they did, how they established things, and how they agreed on one doctrine. Okay, he said Moors have the blueprint. They're codified by Noble Drew Ali, their leader, descendants of Moabites, Canaanites, etc. And he says since FBA doesn't have one written prophet constitution, it's confusing. Again, he's in a religion. FBA is an ethnonym, it's not a religion. So comparing it to the MSTA, Holy Writ is apples to oranges, literally. It doesn't make any sense. Most ethnic groups do not have a single prophet or scripture codifying them. What are you talking about? Italians, Haitians, or Jamaicans exist as ethnic national groups without one codifier. Okay, so FBA is political. It's a political lineage identity like Adolf or Friedman. It doesn't need one prophet or holy book, a constitution. Our codification comes from U.S. history, chattel slavery 1619 to 1865, plus Jim Crow and ongoing systemic racism uniquely endured by that lineage. That's the blueprint.
That was kind of common in Spain, though.
People always like to use the crazy thing that Moors enslaved people, this and that. So I have peeled back the history way down to the detail. I have read every diary. I have read everything. And I'm telling you that these were not slaves.
Okay. All right, Taha. Okay.
But with that being said, is you say that FBA is the way to go. What do you think that you're going to receive for being an FBA, and how you
right? And when Chime said for him, it started when Black people got there. So if Black people came with Columbus, then it started then, right? So you know, what I mean, that's when Chime. He's not wrong thinking like that. Let me give Wind Chime a lineage wrench, make you a moderator. Like the video, Wind Chime, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. I'm gonna have a fire live later. Well, it depends. It might be 4, 5, or 6, or it might be tonight. So I normally go twice a day, family. You know that my normal schedule is morning and late evening, 8:39. I've been going live midday, like in between 4 p.m., 6 p.m., only because of the Cash Apps. The Cash Apps donations have been affording me, evening dining out, afternoon, dining out. Okay, dining out costs money. So I go in there, I set up, bring my son with me. He chills, got a little area to play with his cards and stuff. And I open the computer and I go live. But that's based on Cash Apps. The dining out costs hella money. That's not required, but without that, I'm only going live morning and night. So every time I went live in between 4 to 6 o'clock, it's only because of you guys supporting the channel, supporting me with the Cash Apps. That's all Cash App money, by the way, that 4 to 6. So if the Cash App money looking right, I'll be live again between 4 to 6, because I still want to do, I got a bunch of lives to do. I got the Diaspora War I can squeeze in there, and then we're going to do the panel for Dr. Banyak. The one I really want to do is could we get reparations without Pan-Africanism being involved? That's what I really want to do. That's look like a good dialogue. So this one, Diaspora War 9 o'clock, and I want to do in between 4 to 6. That could we get reparations without Diaspora Wars? But that's it. So that's what the Cash Apps go to. The Super Chats is great. That is cool too. But Super Chats is like usually you get that at the end of the month, something like that. It's like they got it scheduled. You don't get Super Chat as soon as they send it. But Cash App, it's immediate. So Cash Apps, I do dine out at the diner. It could be Starbucks. It could be, a regular small little diner. I go live. Okay. So that's just some background in case you didn't know.
Plan to go get it.
Well, I tell you what, I know how to.
Shorty McGriff.
I expect what I never used to expect before. I expect
Smith in the building.
Non-FBAs.
Damon Grayson.
In this country.
Golden Brown says Morocco was the first nation to acknowledge the U.S. as a nation. Guess why? Yeah, that's true. Morocco and the United States had a great relationship ever since then. It also provided safety with the ships. They held off the pirates and other things to make the slave trade go successfully, which is ironic for us. I'm not bragging about it, but that was the reality. They had peace treaties and they've been buddies ever since. The Moors.
They join in with the the dominant society.
I like this, bro. I gotta say, Tony Smith said, a slave navigator? Is he
a slave? What's wrong?
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. That's just
a slave navigator. Yeah, slave. You have slave. That was inventors. What is he talking about? Most of the slaves were inventors. Stupid.
Now, go ahead. I want you to finish your sentence.
What is this dude talking about, man? Shut up. Go to sleep. So what we're talking. I forgot the question, man. What you said? What was the question, Taha?
Listen, you proclaim an FBA.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is, what do you expect to receive for announcing your FBA, and what is your pathway to get it?
Okay, me personally.
No. As FBA, because it's a group.
No, me as a FBA, we are a culture, but we are still operating separately.
Okay, is that what Tariq said, or that's what you decided?
That's what I'm saying. Tariq don't call Tariq.
No, he coined the phrase, so we got to give him. You got to give him first dibs on the rules.
You want me to give him first dibs, man?
You got to give him. He created it. Like you don't get first dibs on the rules. What is his rule before you make your own? He created it. He trademarked it. You can't sell an FBA shirt.
No, I got my own shirt.
There you go. Justice for just us. Why don't we just be the just us people from 1492?
Yeah, but even that can be trademarked. So you can sell it. Like it's like you can do whatever you want, okay, with trademark material, but you will be subjected to a penalty if they decide to do that, right? But that's for anything. People have football jerseys, basketball jerseys, shirts. They don't have a license all the time. And you can make FBA shirts. You just going to be held. Like the thing is, like the lawsuits protect the brand from like misrepresentation. So if you had FB out there and you called it Foundation Black Africans, yeah, you'll probably be held to some civil, litigation, something like that. But if you did Foundation Black Americans, I highly doubt somebody come after you full throttle. It costs a lot of money to sue people, especially sue people that don't really have any money like that. Okay, so, but here we go with the trademark slander. Watch this.
I like that. Maybe I coined that, yo.
There you go. You trademark it. That's just us from 1492.
No, it's we have to. Okay, so what you're saying is what Tariq brought is a very simple question, but I really want to answer this, and I want to answer this very carefully.
I'm gonna cut my mic off, and I'm gonna let you answer carefully because I got my. Hold on.
I want to say this. I don't think ever in this country we had demanded for the government and its people to recognize us for just us. We haven't been taken serious. The closest we got was the civil rights movement. Our Honorable Dr. Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement. That was a very significant time for us as Black Americans. But in the midst of that, they found a way to loophole Jim Crow. They loopholed Jim Crow, and they started adding in other groups to pile on top of us to take the things that were supposed to be given to us. See, this is what most your audience, and I guess you as well, I could put you in there too, that you're missing this, and this is not about Tariq. This is FBA is bigger than Tariq. Tariq, all he did was he just used his platform, his powerful platform, just to say a couple of words, and that's all it takes for any type of movement to start. It only takes for a couple of words.
But this is
look, for example, look, what's my man who said let the
listen to me.
Who said in American Revolution taxation or no representation.
Representation.
That's all it.
Yeah. So listen.
Wait, hold on. Swallow that pill. Swallow that pill. All Tariq said was, hey, you know, I noticed that, hey, listen, everything that we are supposed to be given to us is going to other people. Now, those who understand that has responded to that. Just like Patrick Henry said to the certain people, say, you know what, taxation, no representation without taxation without representation, that's a no-no. And the Boston Tea Party just went ballistic.
Do you know that they was an organized political group that did that? They were the Boston Tea Party. Do you know that, right? They were organized. There we go. Everything that you're saying.
But it just didn't start overnight.
Listen to me. I want to hold up. Let me respond to you real quick. When we put Tariq in the equation, and you said he sparked the fire, or he sparked the light, he charged it, and now.
Yeah, so clearly he has a personal issue with Tariq Nasheed, but let's go back to the Boston Tea Party. That was not organized at all at the start. It was very chaotic, a lot of confusion, and they got better as time went past. Dude is just a lying. Look at his eyes. Dude is a lying, cross-eyed coon. Look at him, looking all crazy.
Now everybody takes it away. That would be good if he didn't pull the grift with it and trademarked everything. And that way, don't say nothing. That way, when you all take it away and you run with it and you spread it around the globe, wherever there's money to be made, it goes back to him.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, family, if you used to get my PDF, my free PDF, it's free PDF. I talk about that. I talk about FBA being trademarked and why that was super clever. Okay, so this doesn't work. This doesn't work. It works on his podcast with random people. He catches them off guard, but that won't work against somebody like myself who has a PDF addressing why the FBA trademarking FBA Foundation Black American. Those words were smart. Like, you're protecting the brand. You're controlling the narrative. So a coon like him, a petty coon like him, a stalker like him, don't come behind Tariq Nasheed and trademark himself and make it stand for frogs, birds, and alligators.
And if someone was to try to organize politically under the term FBA, it is impossible unless you get his approval. Therefore, hold up. Therefore, FBA can only go as far as Tariq allow it to go. You understand? Because everything is trademarked. Even your Tuesday holiday is trademarked.
Okay, so he doesn't know that a trademark goes away after common usage. So especially if it becomes like the official name of our unique ethnonym, right? But yeah, common usage of a word as trademark goes away. So let's say if the media picks up Foundation Black Americans, it's in schools, that trademark is gone. It dissolves. It's not permanent. But a fool like this wouldn't know that.
It can only go, and that is not a lineage that is indicative of liberation. Because the people that's a part of it have no power in it.
Well, if you're looking at the financial gain, I can see why you're talking about that. But I care.
Anyway,
I'm concerned.
Did you play Ugly Turtle? Somebody.
I'm concerned.
You played Ugly Turtle, didn't you? Did you download Ugly Turtle?
Who?
The game.
No, I don't. No. I swear. On everything I love, bro.
That's a comment in the thing.
I don't.
You can tell this guy plays ugly. It's a joke. Crescent Clay just said that.
What'd she say?
Did you play Ugly Turtle?
No, no, I haven't.
But you understand what I'm saying? It'll be good. It'll be good.
I don't even know why I got that far. No,
it's okay. I don't take that stuff serious. It'll be good if one was to say, okay, this is FBA, and this is our lineage, and we're free, and all of us at any given moment we can organize and actually become the FBA party. We become the. It may come to that. But listen,
it may
you
come to that,
cannot
son.
do that because Tariq owned everything
okay,
related
so
to FBA.
So listen, so when that day comes, we have to ask him.
You gotta ask.
Yeah,
you gotta ask a man. Can I borrow my lineage today?
You know,
No, like I said, that will dissolve. You can't trademark a lineage. So like you literally can't, you legally can't. So again, once that terminology becomes common usage, the trademark will go away. Like it's a fool. That's why I'd rather be on these panels defending FBA.
I can start just us.
Just look at my watch. I need my lineage today.
I mean,
can I get my lineage today?
I'm more concerned about our people.
Well, you can't be concerned about your people.
We have 13%. We have 13.9.
Have a monopoly on the identity called your lineage. How can you be concerned about your people if one person has a monopoly on the identity of that lineage?
Well, if that was the case, if we all thought that way, there will be no movements going on to this day.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's not a movement yet.
Hey, where he go? Hey, RRD7, bro. You want to click the link? I never heard of Kamala Harris saying that. I recall her saying no on the Breakfast Club. I don't recall her saying yes. So RRD7, if you want to click the link and remind us of that, you're welcome to join me. We are live, okay? So you can call in. And we'll have a respectful, conversation. Black Sam back in the super chat. He's proven that the super chat works today. This is the Lord's day for some of you folks. This is Sunday. All right. This is the real ministry today. All right. And we ain't getting no ministry donation love today like that. But Black Sam says, what happens the day after we get our reparations? Shit, the world gonna fall. Shit, that shit gonna crumble over. So on the Lord's Day, super chat should be lit, and that cash app should be lit. Again, dollars, $2. You see what Black's saying? That's like, we're not asking for nothing crazy. But at the very least, like the video, because it gets my video out there for other people to join. As you're seeing, your likes mean that much, and you keep seeing it over and over and over, but you guys be reluctant to like the video. When you like the video, it brings in so many of our family here for the first time, and we just grow big. I just got to find a way to get everybody in attendance at one time. That's all. So I want to organize a live like that. If everybody who subscribe, because we miss each other. Some make it morning, some make it night, some make it midday. You dig? Evening, early evening. But if we could get everybody together at one time, fill that live attendance up by 800-900 people. I think we could do some groundbreaking stuff. I want to invite these haters on. I want the Myron Gaines. I want the Nick Fuentes. I want a large live attendance for that reason. I want to get the big dogs over here. You got to incentivize the big dogs to come over here. That filthy African mulatto looking woman, Amala. I want her over here. She's like a fake conservative, but only with large live attendance we can get these folks over here. And even this guy right here, this guy, Dubé, because we could talk about the same topic that he used right here. We could talk about FBA and Pan-Africanism. Let's do both. But these folks ain't gonna be incentivized without large numbers. They're all clout chasers. They go where the numbers are. Okay, so let's try to support in bulk. Let's get here, especially we ain't gonna support financially. Let's at least support from an attendance perspective. Let's pull up 500-600 deep in the chat, 800-900 in the chat, and you'll see all these chaotic truths. Well, I already cooked him, so I'm good with him. But you'll see all these guys flock over here to get cooked one by one.
Movements. Well, like I'm saying, if everybody's watching the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's pockets, then there wouldn't be no Nation of Islam. If everybody's watching, if everybody's watching the Honorable Noble Drew Ali, if they was watching his pockets, they could care less. Like
no, that's not
these
true.
people. Listen, these people
I'm about to go on my bag now.
We are catching hell.
I'm about to go on my bag now.
We are catching hell for the past century or two. We were catching hell. So I could care less about who makes money, or I could care less.
But that's the thing, brother.
I make my own money. I make my own money.
Listen to me though, my friend. Listen to me. In order for us to make progress, the first thing we have to do is make sure that those who are before us are legitimate, are trustworthy.
No, there's nobody legitimate. There's nobody legitimate now. No,
that's crazy.
No, man, you got.
So that means that you won't even attempt to legitimize one.
Because the message is more important. The message to me is more important. I make my own money. You get what I'm saying? I'm not watching another man how he made. If what he said it just sparked something that was already in me.
That's street babble. That's street babble. When you're talking about liberating a people, you have to watch everything.
He never said he's liberating any people. You putting that out there?
No.
He never said that.
A part of liberation is identifying.
He never said that.
Listen. You're the one that said it's political.
It is political.
And
but you're missing the point when I say political. I'm talking about just the of gatekeeping who we are and protecting our lineage, because we are getting swallowed here. We are 13.9% in the country. All the Latinos, they are 18. They're 19% now, bro. So that's what we say protect. That we have to protect that, bro.
Do you think doing these podcasts, you and I right here, is protecting anything? Or Tariq about to do a 2-hour or hour podcast? Do you think that's protecting anything, brother? Let me tell you what the people that you're complaining.
That's his business.
Let me tell you what the people that you're complaining about doing. The Latinos.
My fault. My screen froze. My fault, fam.
We're sitting here not
No. They're not taking over neighborhoods. No. They're not taking over neighborhoods. I already did a live on that. They're giving the neighborhoods. They're not doing anything clever or witty. They're coming to our neighborhoods broke, and a lot of them are illegal. They are giving our neighborhoods. They're giving the keys, the allocations, the monies are going to them. The programs are changing from minority to immigration. You dig? No. And they're protecting a lot of this stuff by their language. By them not learning English, it costs money to provide it in Spanish. And once you provide it in Spanish, guess who can't understand it? And guess who's locked out? So all of a sudden, it's technically for everybody, but it's in Spanish. See, it's for everybody. Everybody come down and fill out this application for the job. But if it's in Spanish, English people don't know there's a job fair. You see? So no. The cities were given to these guys. Stop it.
Neighborhoods to protect the neighborhoods.
Yes, we are.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, we are. We are protecting our.
If that was the case, the murder rate wouldn't be so high. If that was the case,
what murder rate?
In most major cities.
Well, that's because people live people live on top of each other.
Let me finish. No, because we responsible guys should be getting together and protecting our neighborhoods and our communities.
We have done that. We've been there, done that.
No, let me finish. And in these neighborhoods that we are not protected effectively, that we are not protected efficiently, foreigners are moving in, and they are setting up one house at a time. And at the same time, Tariq Nasheed and myself is guilty of it too, but I have a different mission on this screen, is sitting on these little blocks here, complaining and crying. No one is organizing groups to say, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to start right here. We need you on this post. We need you on that post. Sister, brother, elder, we need you to be the secretary. We need you to take notes. We need to organize. We need to execute, and we need to have checks and balances at every month. This is how you move towards progress with anything. You just don't call yourself something.
We have done that before.
Don't call yourself something and say, aha, I'm here.
We've been there, done that.
So you just give up on organization?
No, we've been there, done that. We still doing it. We've been there, done that though. We always
we just call ourselves FBA.
All
right. So let me hold on.
Every time a brother starts
So you just give up on organizing with anything. You
We
just
did that
don't
before.
call yourself something.
We
You
have
don't
done that
call
before.
yourself something and say, aha, I'm here.
We've been there and done that.
So you just give up on organization?
No, we've been there, done that. We still doing it. We've been there, done that though. We always every time we start something.
So
every
now
time
we
we start something,
we just call ourselves FBA.
Every time a brother starts something good, it always gets sabotaged.
But guess why though? Guess why? Because
why? Is it us?
No. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Because you know why?
Why?
Because we have irresponsible leaders that don't look at. Let me tell you.
All right, family. Let me respond to a few things. Then we're gonna do a part 2. Got to head to this ball court. Head to the ball court, my son. You dig? So yeah, I play ball. I'm trying to get back in shape though. I haven't been moving around. Like as far as like endurance and shape. That's what I mean. Not I'm always in physical shape, but he said earlier that because Turkey Nasheed trademarked FBA to films and merchandise, the Lineage is just his brand. Okay, that's a flaw in logic. A trademark doesn't control the identity; it only controls commerce, shirts, events, etc. Full, and that goes away after common use. By the way, ethnic groups cannot be owned by a trademark. Italians, Jews, Navajo have organizations that trademark terms and symbols, but that doesn't negate the identity. Okay. FBA, we are bigger than Tariq. We keep saying that. He said so. Even if he trademarked it, the lineage remains the lineage, just like the NAACP. It is also trademarked. Y'all know that the NAACP is trademarked, but black as an identity existed long before and beyond it. So they haven't trademarked colored. You dig? Colored people. So he says FBA is just a feel good thing. It's not a political nothing. He said just saying you're FBA, it just make you feel good about yourself, but it's no political power there. He said we just gotta organize, or it's just vibes. It's a trend. It's a thought. But naming and delineation are the two first steps. Self-naming, self-identification, and delineation are just the first step of politics, bruh. Colored, Negro, Black, African American all began as labels before they began organizing for the basis of civil rights, census policy, and law. So this is the first steps. Like these guys know that they know we're in the first step, and they're trying to make it the last step. Like, hey man, how come you guys don't have all this stuff? It's like, yo, why we can't have it? Why is there a time frame to have it, bro? And like, let's talk about the time frames that had these things. Like, let's talk about it. Okay, so identity precedes organization. The civil rights movement wasn't feel good just because it used the label Negro. Labels matter in law, policy, and representation. It matters, bro. So FBA is a necessary political ethnonym for reparation claims. Without clear lineage identity, reparations will be diluted like affirmative action, where Black came to include anyone with African ancestry, including recent immigrants. So we're not going to let you guys let us make bad decisions because we're not satisfying your hypocrisy. And to say every Black organization, oh no. Okay, anyway, let's stop it right there, family. I'm gonna go to the park. It's a nice day today. Like I said, with the who knows? I'm either gonna be live. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for staying on this long. I hope you guys are informed, entertained, all that. Hope you had a great time. I'm going live for sure today. It might be tonight. It might be 6 o'clock. It depends on how we looking with the donations. But I'm definitely going live for sure at 9 o'clock, 9:30, something like that.